Well, man, let me know when we're live.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're already live.
All right.
I
Well,
think
now I know what to
the,
say and what not to say.
the pop-up comes up. Do you not get a pop-up in the meeting to that says the meeting is being live streamed?
Uh,
No,
oh, yeah.
I don't know. It looks on my end like your video feed is frozen. I'm not
Oh,
sure. Oh, there you are. There you are. I don't know. I could see the lava lamps flowing still that whole time, but
there we
you
go.
were you were just a frozen image there. But I think you can also look for like your cell phone should have a pop-up if you're subscribed. So everybody, make sure you are subscribed, hit the like button. That way you'll know better than Pookie even knows
Mhm.
when we have actually gone live or not. If
Right.
you
I gotta guess the days of the week because I can never remember, even though I do it 2 days a week.
yeah.
Yeah. No, it's like check us out on yeah. Um,
Yeah,
one thing you were saying,
Wednesdays and Saturday.
you were saying something before we started, and I told you hold on a second until we start. I forgot what it was.
Oh, yeah, you were telling me how you had discovered, um,
ASMR.
thanks to the
My
younger
children.
generation, yes, the
Yeah.
youngins, um, telling you what about ASMR, um, but maybe not fully explaining everything about it, um,
No, they
behind it.
didn't.
Yeah, basically the okay, so the idea behind it is a phenomenon that some people get called um the autosomal median nervous response, um ASMR.
Makes
Um
sense now.
yes, but that phenomenon is the ASMR. Okay, so how to explain it? It is a sensation that some people feel and receive of a pleasurable tingling sense that goes down the spine when a person hears or receives or feels a certain sort of sensory input. You know, hearing a sound can do it a lot of times. Well, yeah, it is basically hearing a sound. Um, I've felt it when I would get a haircut. And it made me uncomfortable, even though it was sort of pleasurable, but I could tell that it wasn't particularly normal. Nobody else in the barber shops were get it like this weird that made me want to almost shiver. So I would stay as still as I could and try not to acknowledge it. But apparently, there are a lot of people on the internet who started to develop a community around this sensation and triggering the sensation, and leaning into it, basically trying to enjoy it. And so that's where a lot of these videos come from, is trying to trigger that nervous system response. So I don't know if everybody who is getting into a lot of these videos actually feels this nervous system sensation, like shooting down the spinal cord, or if it's just kind of a trendy thing that a lot of people enjoy watching and listening to. Some of them can be kind of interesting things to watch, but not, n not particularly enthralling action. There's usually not. I mean, yeah, there can't be much of a story or a narrative behind these videos when they're just trying to trigger a nervous system response. They're basically just making noises that are supposed to be um, enjoyed. So, um, yeah, I think there was a video, or not a video. There was a bit about it in Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where they had. You remember the episode? Are you a fan of Always Sunny? First off, I guess before I move
I wouldn't
forward,
say a fan because I've
you're
barely seen it.
are
Uh,
you aware enough of
yes,
the storyline and the
no,
characters involved? Well, that
maybe
I
one
mean,
or two. So I
not
wouldn't
the
know.
oversto. Charlie.
Yes.
Okay, and you know how basically, yeah, Charlie is the like
Mm,
peon kind of
yeah.
everybody shits on Charlie, and so yeah, there was one episode where his inheritance was basically a jar full of teeth, and his
Wow.
two sisters were, yeah, well, it was like the teeth of every member of his family line going down or back, generations and stuff. And his two sisters had this jar of teeth, and they were telling his mom that they did ASMR videos with the teeth, like putting their hands in the jar and making noises in front of a microphone with the teeth. Um, so that brief reference there in Always Sunny in Philadelphia is kind of that's sort of an example, hearing the sound of teeth rattling against a gigantic glass jar as a person goes in and reaches and kind of rattles them around and stuff. That's an example. Or like
What it
slurping food near a microphone
a
can do it.
mukbang.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or in my case, the buzz of
of a
clippers
haircut.
going up, yeah, going up my own haircuts. I couldn't stand
What
because
if?
the so that explains a lot of why I just grow it out. I don't like that sensation, or I didn't. I grew to not mind it, but that still, I had already established a preference for not having haircuts. So I kind of, I don't know. It is what it is, right? Long hair is
No
more,
clippers in a while.
yeah. I mean, I don't mind. I can and I do big, clip buzz on, with myself. I wonder if that might be a reason that it doesn't bother me as much if I'm doing it for my or to my own head. The the buzz sensation might not be triggering the ASMR response. I might need to have some stimulus that is not under my own control in order to make that happen. So I don't know. I don't know. I would need to have a
I'm more
lot of,
research on it.
yeah, I would need to do a lot of buzz cuts on my own head and have other people do a lot of buzz cuts on my own head. I don't know
I
if I
haven't
have
done any
enough.
buzz cutting in a while.
Yeah, it's that it shows. Um, but I don't know if I have enough life left to gather the data needed to do the research and have enough of a confidence interval to say
Buzz
yes
every
or no.
3 months or
Yeah,
6 months.
yeah, kind of, just about. Hey,
Hey,
Toaster.
toaster. Um, Top of the morning. Oh, it's not morning. It's California morning. Uh,
Good
Yeah,
afternoon to all
Good
you
10
East
minutes.
afternoon.
Coasters.
Yes, 10 minutes of afternoon so far. Yeah.
To everybody out there watching, we got toaster today. Andrea is still with us, but she's not joining today.
MIA.
She might see this and call you on that MIA mark.
A for
Uh,
Andrea.
oh, she might not. She might be
Missing
watching. You
an
never know.
Andrea. Andrea is missing an Andrea.
Oh,
I'll have to see if I can come up with an initialism that makes sense.
um, yeah. A question I had because I was watching this girl yesterday on America's Got Talent. America's Got Talent. There we go. And she was singing and what is it? She was singing and then playing. I don't know if it was a bass or just like a regular guitar. I don't know the difference. She was playing this thing, but I was just like, um, when for a person who's deaf, how do they learn languages? Because I was wondering, how does she know English? And are they just showing her a paper to learn the words, which I thought was interesting. Like in your head, or for a person who's blind and deaf, maybe. Yeah, I just had some thoughts about that in my head. We can move forward.
Well, I mean, they would be able to learn language in the same way that any other individual learns language. It would just be a matter of correct, like vocal pronunciation. I think that's why when you hear a lot of um, hearing impaired advocates, they will have a pronunciation that's off of what we consider the norm. But they've never heard what the norm is. They
Yeah.
will learn how how and when the voice is engaged, and they'll kind of be taught how the mouth shapes that sound.
Mm.
Um, I don't know. Some of them get implants that allow a certain level of hearing. Um, but even completely deaf individuals would be able to learn to read. Um,
Okay. But for her to play music was interesting to watch because she can't hear it and she
you
can't
can
hear her.
can
So
feel
she
it.
was just,
Vibrations.
If she's playing
oh,
the
okay.
bass guitar, you can feel that. Trust me.
Okay. Makes
That's
sense now.
those are
Oh,
basses.
yeah.
Yeah. The long scale, you can feel everything. And the low end, like that's what's going on there. You can really feel it resonate. Um, so I don't know what the video was showing, whether it was a bass or a guitar, but if she was playing a guitar or if she was a deaf person playing a bass guitar, it would make total sense. Her ability to know what sound she was making, what she was doing, and
Mm.
how it would come across to maybe not exactly how it would sound, all of the details, but she would know what sounds were being made, what it would feel like to
She was singing too.
to listeners. Well,
She was singing and playing the guitar. Uh,
maybe she had one of those implants, and a lot of people, um yeah, a lot of instruments these days like this. It's a bass guitar, but six string bass guitar. So its scale goes below the typical bass guitar register, and the high G string
Wait,
goes above the typical bass guitar.
do normal
Um,
basses not have six strings?
no, typical bass guitars only have four strings. So if you take this guy and remove the two strings at the top end and the low end, then you have a typical bass guitar.
Well, I had learned something about music. I thought the difference between like a guitar and a bass was just the level of the tones. The bass had more lower. I had never realized that they had different number of strings.
Yeah, well, in order to produce uh those strings or those tones, um because okay, so if you look at a piano, like a grand piano, it's basically like a harp turned sideways. Um so a guitar falls somewhere kind of in the middle of that, the six string guitar. Um, so the bass guitar falls below that. It's basically, it picks up where the guitar leaves off and then adds four more strings with the same sort of
Um,
scale, and it goes lower into the bass range that a piano would normally have. If you
so they
so
got rid of the two higher of the bass
uh,
strings, but the
Yeah,
two
it's
low.
basically if you take a guitar and shifted the tone, yeah, then you would have the four lower strings and you leave off the two higher strings. But in order to make those strings actually produce the sound without being completely floppy and not having any tension, they needed to make the scale longer.
I didn't
So,
realize there had been an overlap at all. I literally thought it was two different registers, if that makes any sense.
yeah, it wouldn't, it doesn't have any overlap at all because they left off those strings. And,
Well, yeah,
it's only those four.
I'm still
Um,
thinking that it has six strings, and in my mind
yeah,
that it doesn't.
yeah. Well, if you look here, uh, this one is basically the typical four string guitar with this extra fifth string added on top to make it, one scale lower. But in reality, it really only adds one, two, three, four, five extra notes. I mean, they sound a little different when you play the same notes on the fifth string going up here, but it's the lower register is generally only added to match up with a seven string guitar. And they get the really brutal low sound in metal. But so these are basically, ignore this guy. That's a typical bass guitar right there.
Mm.
Or
Mm.
um so yeah, and then this guy up here adds another string up top there that overlaps with um the guitar. Um So that one I think makes a little bit of sense because that is useful as an instrument unto itself. Um, you can go higher
Mm.
up on the neck on that one and play notes that kind of overlap with what a guitar can play, and then go down and play, with the same hand without moving position because of that low string, uh, play the bass end of it also. So there's a couple basses that take advantage of that. Les Claypool, Primus, um, really well-known bassist. He basically plays the lead version and a percussive sort of nature. I don't know. Les Claypool is in a league of his own. So yeah, Primus. Um, Primus did the opening intro for South Park. So think South Park, and you've got Les Claypool. He sang the everything except the characters' voices, the boys themselves. Um, Going on down to South Park, gonna hurt myself time. Yeah,
I will admit
it's
that the
really cool.
only bassist that I could think of off the top of my head, oh crap, now I've lost his name, is the one from Rush,
Oh yeah,
Geddy Lee.
yeah, yeah, yes. I mean, he's another league of his own. Um, yeah. Uh, Gosh, Rush is so good.
It
And
is.
and
Did you know
far
that
less well known is Carnival, but they deserve some respect. The bassist for Carnival plays a sixth string, and the bass roll and that is intensely melodic. It's hard to tell in a lot of cases whether it's the guitar or whether it's the bass playing the melody, like the melodic lead. Um, Really cool. So,
uh, uh,
Uh,
this is weird and it's a random nerd spark, but you like Rush. Um, it, obviously you must know the album Clockwork Angels. Did you know that it got um ghost written into a book?
no,
I don't
It's
know.
it's
no,
amazing.
I'm gonna,
Neil Peart is the um author on the cover.
Hmm.
so when you say author on the cover, I would say presumably then he's not the actual author.
Uh,
Is that
uh,
what you're,
What yeah,
or,
go. From what I understand of the story, they made the album. Neil Peart, of course, imaginative guy that he is, starts turning it into a real story, gets an author friend of him to help.
is that Cassandra Clare?
I don't remember.
I don't know. I see a
Hmm.
book called Clockwork Angel when I type in Google
Clockwork
and
Angels,
Angels.
Clockwork Lives, and there's a third one.
Uh, Clockwork Angels. Yeah. And then, uh,
Mhm. I'm
maybe,
going through all these articles that
bookbind.
you sent, but I have some that Andrea sent that I want to wait for her for that one. But that was a good one, the one about Andrew and Tristan Tate
Um,
about their arrest. We'll wait for her to come back and talk about that one.
yeah, we've got her contributions. I've got a whole thing open. I kind of didn't even realize that we hadn't started talking about any articles. We're just chilling. This is good
You guys, I
enough,
was just
right?
letting you guys go about and talk about. I forgot what we
Mm,
were talking about.
It was
But yeah,
I don't know.
went off into a memory spark. I have been looking not religiously, but every time I go to a Second and Charles, the secondhand bookstore, I'm always looking for one of those because maybe it will show up eventually and I can get it again.
Again, did you lose a copy or sell it
Oh
or
yeah,
something?
I had all three. I
Oh,
lost my
Hmm.
entire book collection when I moved off the coast.
oh no. That sucks.
That and anything
You
by Anne
don't
McCaffrey.
you don't have what's it called? These links that we're talking about. I mean, the
That's okay. I
since
can
you're
read.
our
I can
substitute
read
host,
whatever
yeah.
I need to. Yeah. Hold on. I'm messing with my
Yeah,
microphone
if you
here.
need me to
Trying
read
to get
anything, just, text it to me and I can read
get
it.
the trying to
Oh
get the
no, I can
position of the. Nah, I got the. Let me. I'm just fiddling
he
with this
wants
here,
to.
trying to get it.
Do you
I got
have the
several. I've got. I opened all of the ones that I had submitted or just stashed, I
I
think might
like
be a
that word
better term.
submitted.
Submitted sounds very
Sounds really
professional.
professional.
I think stashed might be more accurate, but
Hoarded.
let's not tell everybody that, okay?
We don't hoard
Um,
articles.
no,
Oh,
no, no,
yeah,
no,
right.
no. We curate our content very carefully. Yes.
I have
I
stacks.
can, yeah, I want to start.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Wait, which one should I? Um, so I have an article from California. It says the um Bay Area restaurant goes viral for a strict policy on misbehaving children.
I've seen that.
So yeah, you've seen it.
I've seen the
Eh,
article that I
Okay.
didn't read it.
Okay. So, yeah, it says Foster City, California. A resident in Foster City caused discourse online after a social media post went viral last week on the establishment's policy about fining parents when their children run around and are unruly. Uh, Ches Sui, feel bad because I know that that's probably. Oh wait, Shay Sway. Shay's way. Yeah, Shay, because it's French. Yeah, they say, which translates to House of Sway. XUE. Do you guys know how to pronounce that? For a Chinese restaurant, it would be a
No,
Chinese owner
I
using a
just say
French,
Chinese food.
XUA.
yeah, a Chinese owner using a French term for house of and then using their own name. It's very, very California.
That's a melting pot.
Hey, I
Continue.
mean that is great. That is very American, right? You can't get more American than the blending melting pot of yeah, of cultures.
Finish that
So,
article.
it's a family friendly thank you. I'm sorry. Keep me on track. It's a
I'm
family
trying.
friendly restaurant, but the owner has concerns about it being treated like a playground. Their policy was implemented months ago to curb these incidents. Quote, I'm very proud of the fact that my restaurant has always been and will continue to be a family friendly environment. Shay Zui owner Yu Zui said, oh my gosh, is that Yu Zui said, Y-O-U, capital Y-O-U. So, yeah, okay. Quote, we are a gathering place for families. People bring their children. We have like 4 or 5 high chairs on standby for that. So we are always going to welcome children, but we ask that people just respect the fact that this is a restaurant. Yeah. Uh, Quote, we are not a playground. Please ensure children remain seated. All caps. Yes. Emphasis.
They will not.
At all
But
times. Well, then they shouldn't be brought to the restaurant.
mm, yeah, sometimes
Okay.
children running through the restaurant. Uh,
Yeah. I don't know.
I
Maybe,
wouldn't say
maybe.
fine the parents, but you could
Well,
let them know in
that's
public.
what. Let's continue
Make a
reading.
public big deal about it. Well, not a big deal, but yeah.
Well, I don't know. If the children are so unruly that they are breaking things, then maybe they should
Oh
not be
wow,
brought to the restaurant.
you got a
Children,
point there.
yeah, running around, shouting, making noise with utensils, etc., will not be tolerated. Again, in all caps. Making noise with utensils, yeah, that's going a step up beyond just making sure we remain seated. If they're like clanking stuff, that's yeah. I don't know.
Worth pointing out.
Even just remaining seated should be a basic requirement for being in a public serving location. I think. I mean, I,
I'm
yeah.
sorry about that.
Um, it also said that guests who don't abide by the policy may be asked to leave, and that parents will be held financially liable for the damage caused by their children. Examples of parents being held liable are also available for the public to see. The most recent incident was back in January when a parent paid around $5 after a child was playing in the booth seats and bumped into the table, causing a teacup to break. Quote, we have this long booth seating, and children were running up and down playing on that. And then they ended up knocking, sort of stumbling and falling into a table and knocking a teacup to the ground. It was important for us to put our money where our mouth was, Sway explained. The other example of damage was in April 2025 when a customer's child picked up and dropped a credit card machine on the ground, causing the screen to shatter. The restaurant charged the parent $327.03 in damages. Very precise. But I mean, yeah, if you're charging for the exact amount
Need
that,
to know the exact price
right, yeah, it's very, yeah,
down to the penny.
if you're gonna be as transparent as possible, yeah, if you're charging somebody like this, I think that's perfectly fair. In December 2025, a parent was charged $109.38 after their child carved designs into the table using
Oh,
a dining utensil.
Explainable. I'd
Uh,
probably charge more.
yeah, I mean, yeah. Quote,
Depends
I
on what this.
honestly put this notice on my menu because I didn't want to put my employees in the position of parenting other people's children. Yes, it should not be
Nice.
their job, Zway said. Quote, their job is to serve the guests, not to, run a daycare or a playground. And although the message that we're sending should be obvious, unfortunately, it was not obvious. So we had to put it forward. In response to this policy, Sway noted that it's been positively divided amongst community members, while some are arguing that they um, shouldn't charge for a simple broken teacup because that's the cost of running a business. Other people have generally been very supportive. I've received calls from community members who have never been to my restaurant before. They saw the article in the news and they said, you're saying something that all of us want to say, but we're afraid to say it because,
People
or
stop
because,
coming.
yeah, you don't want to rub other parents the wrong way, Sway said. He welcomes the conversation of people expressing their feelings, but wanted to clarify that the billing from damages isn't a scheme to make money off charging people. Their intention is to send the message that Shazway is a response or is a respectful communal dining space that embraces families. This is just asking people to treat the restaurant as they would like their home to be treated. Well, not everybody
Huh.
respects their home
In their own home.
equally. Yeah. Um, my goal has always
Mm.
been to bring accessible Chinese food to the public in a fun and upscale environment where people feel great eating here. Dining out is a privilege for so many people, or for so many people. Still, a lot of families, they don't get that kind of time to go out with their friends and family many times a week, sometimes just once a week, once a month. Sway reiterated that having people's dining experience be disturbed by a child running around or screaming is what the policy is trying to amend. Since being implemented, the restaurant hasn't had any severe incidents with children in the restaurant. Sway believes the policy is working and doesn't have plans to take it away anytime soon. Speaking up for other businesses, Shea Sway's statement goes beyond the restaurant. Other family friendly businesses also want to create a welcoming, respectful atmosphere dining in, for everyone dining in, wait, a welcoming, respectful atmosphere for everyone dining in have faced the same dilemma. I'm confused. Other family friendly businesses that also want to create a welcoming, respectful atmosphere for everyone dining in have faced this same dilemma. Okay, there we go. Ah, got it. Zway said that this viral moment has helped him realize that he's speaking for more than just his restaurant, but also for the industry at large. Quote, not every restaurant can put such a blunt and unvarnished message on their website. So, we're taking that responsibility, and hopefully, this will only result in positive changes like it has already at my restaurant, he said. As long as the children are sitting down and respecting the restaurant environment, Shezue will continue to welcome everyone and maintain a family friendly atmosphere. Quote, if we wanted to ban children, we would have done so already, Zue joked. All my team love children. Like I said, I really am proud of the fact that this is a family friendly restaurant. Yeah, I I think that's perfectly reasonable. I
Yeah. You break it, you buy it. You carve
yeah,
your name into it, you own it. Pay me for it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, for any parent to think otherwise is kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, like to allow your kid to run down the aisle like in on top of the seats. That's messed up. You got to pay attention to your kids in restaurants. And I totally understand that restaurant, and I totally understand what they're saying. It's something they wanted for years, but nobody's wanted to say anything. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a thing. I've seen people's kids run around all over the place, and they've been wanting to say something. I'm glad this person was like, screw it. I'm just gonna try it out and see if anybody else basically follows suit. And that's what they're gonna start doing. A lot of
yeah,
other restaurants are gonna be like, okay, we can do that too.
yeah,
We're not sending the message. He started this. Yeah, but
yeah, yeah. I
you break it, you buy it. Understandable.
yeah, I
Even a teacup.
yeah. Well, down yeah, it's the principle of it really more than anything, I think, when it comes to the teacup. Didn't he say that? I think he said that. It's not the teacup itself. Like I have the $5. I think I remember reading that in a different interview he did. Maybe this was one that I, oh wait, paid around after. Well, yeah. This one says the
I
most
got
recent was back in January when a parent paid around $5 after a child playing in the booth bumped into the table, causing a teacup to break. Running up and down. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Everything that
yep.
um, when um hmm,
You put it right
aren't
there
there
on the
aren't
receipt.
there aren't there businesses that have like actual completely adult only policies in place? I mean, obviously bars and stuff, right? And
I'm not a.
unsavory of
I'm not
ill
sure.
repute. I think yeah,
Yeah, I'm
I
not a
think that
100% sure.
I think that
Uh,
there's
I'm trying to think. I haven't been to a bar in a
but
while, so I
but
won't want
I
to
don't
speak
know.
for
I
them.
think that I think that there's been here, let me um
Oh, so there was.
I mean, yeah, there's adult only restaurants in the in within the Disney World Resort area.
Adult only. Okay.
Um, there's adult only cruise lines. Um, so yeah, if a restaurant wants to have an adult only policy, I don't see any reason why they couldn't. They're limiting
Right.
their potential um um
People afraid to speak up.
yeah, but it's I yeah, I don't know. I've been in places where a a child has been misbehaving and it kind of
Yeah. Now they're
um
gonna probably not allow their children to run around and
reduced.
break stuff.
Well, or they'll choose a
There will be
different place to
consequences
go.
now.
They'll go somewhere else. And in that case, um, the rest of the um, customers' experience will be better for it, right?
Huh.
Uh,
Hopefully.
that yeah, I think that's kind of the absolute definition of win-win.
Yeah.
um, I
uh,
um,
win-win. Yeah.
yeah,
Um.
even though he's Chinese and not Korean, it is win-win.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I was like, where we going with this one?
Ah,
All
just
right.
that's only mildly racist, I think, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what people would call that.
Tomato, tomato.
I'm sorry.
Anyhow,
I just
you sent me this article about this monkey. Uh,
oh yeah. You opened I had that one open too.
yes, I
Okay.
opened it because I was wondering. His
Yeah.
name is the orange-lipped Laquelli. Did I say it right?
I
That's why I
mean,
was like, yeah,
let me
Laquelli. Uh, Likweli. Laquelli monkey, orange lipped. When I seen orange lipped, I had to go find a picture.
look
So
yeah. Liquelli monkey. I don't know. I'm not sure. It might be a name that comes from a local, like regional
yeah,
source
want me to read
of
it?
some sort. Yeah, go ahead, man. All yours.
Yeah. So meet the orange-lipped Luquelli monkey, a new species that was discovered in the Congo rainforest. The creatures, which weigh about the same as a small dog, have spiky black hair, orange cream skin around their mouths, and a white patch on their rear ends. Scientists say that they're probably endangered.
If it took
All the
this
pigs
long to find them, then there are probably not very many of them. That, that's a very reasonable
statement.
conclusion, scientists. Well done. Yeah.
Anyhow, says scientists have found a previously undescribed species of monkey in the rainforest of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The the anemic creatures, called Laquelli monkeys by the locals, are just the fifth new African species, monkey species, in the last 75 years. Researchers report in a new paper published on July 15th in the journal. The animals have a distinct appearance with spiky black coats, orange cream skin in their mouths, and white patches on their rumps, weighing about 15 pounds, roughly the size of a small dog. They stretch about 4 feet from the tail. Their low roars sound like end quote, a bit like a frog or a snorting pig, writes Jackie Flynn. Researchers were first clued in to the existence of the potential species in 2008 when conservation field scientists snapped a photo of an unusual monkey during an expedition on the Lamani River, which flows north through the middle of the DRC and empties into the Congo River. The first image was not great. It showed only part of the animal. Even so, the scientists could tell that the creature was special. How many more I was gonna say monsters, monkeys you think we're gonna discover? Because this one's uh I thought he looked cool, his spiky hair. But
Yeah.
anyhow,
Well, and
after
the
that, the
low
monkey trial.
roars sound like a bit of a frog or pig snorting. That's an
Yeah, yeah,
interesting,
that's an interesting sound for a
yeah,
monkey.
right,
Uh,
yeah. I mean, how many more new species of monkeys are we going to find is an interesting question. It depends on whether you're talking about like New World monkeys or Old World monkeys, right? African monkeys,
is
probably
there?
not as many new African monkeys as like Amazonian monkeys. There's,
Mm, okay.
Asiatic monkeys, right? Aren't there some species like the snow monkeys in Japan that live in the thermal pools, right? Aren't there? Are there?
I have no
Maybe.
idea.
Yeah. There was
I
that
just
Marvel series Hit Monkey, and like this monkey is uh is
I'll
um
finish this article, Mark.
okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
says after that, the Quelly monkey trial went cold until November 2018 when another field researcher, Jean Pierre Capel of Lukuru Wildlife Research Foundation, who co authored the study, photographed one. Over the next 10 months, Kapali and his team conducted dedicated surveillance patrols in search of the monkey, which resulted in 7 more sightings. Interesting. The creatures seem to hang in small groups, about 6 individuals living high in the dense forest canopy. The monkeys have an, in quote, quiet and watchful nature. Study co authors Kate Dweller, Dweller, but there's a T before the W, the Tweller or something. Anyhow, um, both biologists at the Florida Atlantic University tell BBC Wildlife Magazine
FAU?
Helen Pitcher. Um, When we encounter a group of monkeys that don't usually flee as many other primates do, instead they climb higher into the canopy and simply watch us. It often feels like as if they're studying. Oh, we're studying each other. We're there to study each other. In addition to observing the creatures in the wild, scientists analyze skin, skeleton, and tissue samples from three dead monkeys, two adult females and one adult male that had been confiscated by hunters. Wow. They compared like Laquelli monkeys' physical characteristics, including the skulls and their pelts to those of other African monkey species housed in the museum collections. The anatomical comparisons, in quote, underscored how unique the species is, study co author Julia Arntzen, an anthropologist at Yale, says in a statement. DNA testing revealed that the Laquelli monkey are usually genetically distinct from their other primates. They're most closely related to the black colobus. Looks like black colobus, a species that lives more than 700 miles in West Central Africa. But the two species appear to have diverged from a common ancestor that lived around 5 million years ago. We were shocked with the genetic data because it gave us such a signal such a signal of the deep divergence. Duelli said, yeah, this is so much more to read. Do you want to finish this article?
The Twiler, maybe.
The Twiler.
Sounds.
There we
I don't
go.
know. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe.
This article is very long.
DET.
Uh,
Det.
Dweller?
Det. Wild.
Dwell?
That's
Dwell?
the way I would sound
Hmm.
it out. Detwiler, maybe. I don't know.
hey,
Is assuming no particular other foreign linguistic idiosyncrasies, but Laquali monkeys are wait. Yeah, Laquali monkeys are a member of the Colobus genus, a group of monkeys living in West and Central Africa that have just 4 fingers on each hand, no thumbs. Their species name Congoenus. Congoenus. Congoenus?
the words in
Congo
this are
Congoenus.
interesting.
Well, yeah. I did not know Latin, so yeah, the little details of the pronunciation that a lot of biologists use are lost to me. But yeah, it's a nod to the Congo Basin, which the researchers wanted to recognize for its biodiversity. Additionally, the researchers spoke with residents of 52 villages bordering the species range. Individuals from just 8 of those villages were familiar with the Laquelli monkeys. Because these community members have, quote, extensive knowledge of other local primates, the researchers write in the paper, the, wait, because these community members have extensive knowledge of other local primates, the researchers write in the paper, the finding underscores just how elusive the species is. What's more, the animals appear to inhabit a tiny range, an area spanning only about 650 square miles in the middle of the country. For those reasons, the researchers proposed that the newly identified monkeys be listed as endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, which develops a global guide of at risk species. Quote, just being endemic creates opportunities for extinction, Thomas Gillespie said, an ecologist at Emory University who is not involved with the researchers tells Science. Emory. Oh, The monkeys seem to live primarily within the bounds of Lomami National Park, a 3,400 square mile protected area created after scientists reported that they discovered the Lasula monkey there in 2012. Hunting is prohibited in the park, but conservationists still worry about the surrounding area, where habitat loss from hunting or land cultivation might threaten the species' survival. The study is, quote, very exciting, but it's also very sobering to be finding a new species of primate when tropical forests are under so much stress right now. Gillespie tells Science. Uh, Though researchers recorded 114 field observations of Laquelli monkeys between 2018 and 2022, they still know very little about the animal's behavior, diet, and lifestyle. They hope to learn more about the cryptic creatures in the future, including how they fit into the broader primate family tree. Quote, I think it's going to be a very important species for the ecology, study co author John Hart, a conservation biologist with the Lukuru Wildlife Researcher Re, Wildlife
Reese.
Research Foundation, and the Yale Peabody Museum, tells the Washington Post's Miriam Waldvogel. Waldvogel. Unless it's Waldvogel. I don't know.
Mm,
Might be German.
I don't know
Waldvogel.
how to say that.
I don't know.
I know the
Um,
Wald is for sure, but the
uh,
Vogel,
well, if it's German, then W's are pronounced as a V.
huh?
It could be Waldvogel. That's why I was saying that.
Okay, I don't know that.
Vogel
So
the Vogel is a Germanic, has a Germanic root to it too. So, um, yeah. Anyway, that's not important to the monkeys, which is what we're talking about.
right.
I also think that once its genomics are fully explored, people are going to know a lot more about the evolution of African primate fauna. It looks to be an ancient lineage. All right. Yes.
Yeah,
Cute orange lip monkeys.
I was gonna say that.
Little
Cute little
black
monkey.
with
Look at
orange
his
lip.
lips.
Yes, Smithsonian Magazine is the source for that. If you want to go, um, like do a Google search. Maybe if we should
Like
figure out a way to like drop links to put links to the
audience.
articles that we read and put them into the description of the
Mm,
uh, stream or the video
possible.
after we're finished streaming it. We got to figure out if that's possible. Some of these names, some of the articles have such long URLs that I don't know if it would be possible to fit all of them there, but it might be. I don't know. I don't know if anybody would want to go and look and read out the whole, since
Uh,
we end up reading the whole thing out to them anyway, right? If they watch,
for the
they
most
wouldn't
part,
necessarily want to read it. I don't know. Tell us in the comments, I guess, if you want us to figure out how to give you a link to what we read, or if you just want to hear our voices in your head, read it anyway. The same stuff.
do you have actually, yeah, you got quite a few more posts. You had the one about climate change,
I got all
and
kinds of sciencey
come on, I'm ready for
fringe
you.
stuff. Okay, well, you didn't tell me that you wanted it until just now, man.
I got a bunch of articles that you sent. Got
Yeah.
them open, just ready for you to do them.
Oh, so this one is kind of interesting. Astronauts just launched on a Soyuz rocket with an energy drink ad on it, continuing a Russian tradition. Yes, Russia and the Soviet Union have done space ads in the past, and the practice may be accelerating. Astronauts just flew to Earth, orbit, space, atop a rocket emblazoned with an energy drink ad. The Soyuz MS-29 launched to the ISS on Tuesday, July 14, from the Russian-run Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, used a Soyuz rocket festooned with ads for. I am not even going to try decoding those Cyrillic letters, but they
Their
say
version of
lemonade.
Monster.
It's probably, yeah, their
Mhm.
version of, well, I don't know. In the image, I see lit energy. Here, so Toaster at least knows what we're talking about. Put in
It's pill time.
the chat there. There you go. So you can be on the same page at least. Yeah, it there's something, the Cyrillic letters, which must be the
Lemonade.
name, yeah, and then lit energy and then lemonade. So I don't know, maybe those Cyrillic letters are a single word that is like a Russian equivalent to lit energy, and then they've got a new lemonade flavor. But yeah, I don't know. Lemonade lit energy. The ads are visible in shots of the rocket's rollout on July 11th, published here and here. They give, yeah, NASA's Flickr
Thanks.
account. Huh. So even NASA's account has to advertise Russian energy drink. That's funny. Okay, I hope they don't you abuse that too much. Well, I don't know. Abuse, it's their prerogative to put whatever they want on the side of those rockets. But
Oh, the
NASA's
next
NASA's when
characters.
we're sending our astronauts up on their rocket, we're going to be publishing advertisements for their energy drinks on our government um, agencies' accounts. Anyway, the Soyuz used for the launch also featured drawings from children with cancer. Oh, that's cute. As well as the phrase "Life has no end" to advertise the Unity Charitable Foundation, according to a Russian language state media report machine
Translated
translated
into
into
English.
English. Okay.
AI.
Yeah. Russian AI. So very generous towards whatever the Russian um, government wants it to say.
We are this close to universal translators.
Mm. The campaign is part of a series in support of the foundation that began in November 2025, the media report added. Yeah, Universal Translate. I don't know. I don't think that well, obviously, they'll never be able to work it the way they show in Star Trek, right?
Not
But
until we meet aliens, but
well,
uh,
even between our own languages here on Earth, just because by virtue of the
some
different
aren't written.
languages, also having different grammar structures. When you're speaking them to each other, they'll always have to be after the fact, right? Whatever the statement is after it's completed, it needs to be translated, in because in context a lot of languages use um,
Well,
different grammatical structures.
isn't that what the AI part is for? Not just translating the words, but then moving the sentence structure into, well,
Well,
I don't say correct because it's correct in the original language, but
hmm,
but shift the sentence structure to be understandable.
Yeah, yeah. But like the real time spoken,
Oh,
I
real
don't see
time.
that.
No, I still think it will take a while.
Yeah,
Even Google
it'll always
Translate.
have to be after the statement is fully completed. It'll need to start the translation. So I don't see universal translators like they're like,
No,
you
I
know,
agree with that.
there's always going to be, we're never going to quite reach universal translators. If well, that is when you said universal translator, Star Trek jumped to mind.
Yeah.
So if that's what you meant, then
You're
I'm
killing
talking.
my
I could
dreams,
be.
Mark.
I'm sorry. I'm just unless
Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
well, unless you're talking about something else. I don't know.
Where where are we at in the article? Would you
Oh,
want me to
sorry.
finish?
We
We're
were talking.
at the children's drawings, which is super awesome. That would be really cool for NASA to do. Print out,
Oh yeah.
but children, cancer patient children's
The
drawings up
campaign
on the side.
is part of
Yeah,
a.
okay, yeah, I got
Sorry.
it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. Unless you wanted to pick it up, but I was gonna finish. Um, just rambly. Machine translated into English. The campaign is part of a series in support of the foundation that began in November 2025. The media report added. Um, to be sure, the Russian space agency Roscosmos, like other agencies, often adorns its rockets with colorful artwork and logos that may not necessarily result in payment. Oh, okay. In June 2018, for
Mm.
example, Soyuz launched with a FIFA World Cup logo. Hey, that may have been a publicity campaign to advertise the soccer competition. Maybe they included the FIFA World Cup logo to advertise the competition. Maybe. Well, it was occurring that month in Russia. Hey, okay. Well, that might be. Yeah, maybe. Still, maybe. We don't know. While there have been some experiments by other space agencies regarding advertising, they say, anybody remember the Space Cola Wars? I do not. And I am not familiar with it at all. So I don't know. That might be an interesting direction to go next. But um, here are a few notable examples from Russia and its predecessor state, the Soviet Union. 1990 cosmonaut launch, partly for Tokyo Broadcasting Service, carried a Japanese journalist, as well as an advertising, as well as advertisements. On the side, oh, Sony Unicharm, Pocari sweat patches were also reportedly flown. After the breakup of the Soviet Union, Mir space station featured advertisements for companies like Radio Shack, Pepsi, and Israel's Tnuva Milk. Interesting.
That
A
was an interesting word.
Russian space agency. Well, I'm probably entirely mispronouncing it. TNUVA. How does
Tanuva.
that? Well, this is Israeli.
Oh, you never know.
I don't, well,
I won't know.
I don't know. I probably wouldn't be able to correctly pronounce the actual letters themselves.
I mean, I
But
could ask Siri, but she wouldn't.
for the Russian state to be including an Israeli brand on their national space agencies um, orbital, that's a very interesting. I did not know that. I mean, it's a privately owned company, so it's not like they're getting it from the Israeli government, but I would have, I don't know. But if they got Radio Shack and Pepsi too, they were like um, equally unfriendly towards the United States of America. So the dissolution of the, I don't know.
Well, it's not
Oh,
saying
hey,
they currently are doing any Israeli companies, just that they have in the past.
yeah. Well, the Mir space station. So
Oh,
this
true.
was back in the 90s.
It's still.
Yeah.
But I
And
could tell you about the Cola Wars real quick if you don't
okay.
mind, Dr. Google.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
In 1985, the Earthbound Cola Wars went interstellar when Coca-Cola and PepsiCo raced to serve the first soda in space. The interstellar skirmish was born out of desire for the ultimate marketing spectacle. Coca-Cola approached NASA first, spending $250,000 to develop a fluid dispenser with pressurized bladder control to control the fizz. When Pepsi found out about Coke's plans, they demanded to participate as well. They retrofitted their formula into a design that resembled a pressurized shaving cream can. NASA permitted both the cans from both brands aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger.
Oh, interesting.
So no one really won the war. It just kind of,
But it was just a draw, I
I
guess.
guess.
I don't like that.
Um,
Ah, somebody needs to win.
uh,
Which one, Coke or Pepsi?
Yeah.
It doesn't even tell me
I
which
mean,
ones they preferred.
I'm a Coke fan personally.
Oh, wait, actually, it
Between the
does.
two. It
Hardware
does?
performance. Coca-Cola's sophisticated dispenser generally performed better at drinking a drinkable beverage than Pepsi's. Temperature issues. The shuttle lacked refrigeration, meaning the astronauts had to drink the soda at room temperature. Side effects and microgravity. Carbon dioxide bubbles don't rise to form a head, and they went straight through the astronauts' digestive systems rather than being belched out normally. Astronaut consensus: the colas tasted flat, and the crew generally preferred Powerade.
Interesting. That's really interesting. Have I would not have expected that.
we're not going to be able to go back to that last article. So
I'm
I
so
got
sorry.
another one. You
Wait,
guys are
why?
done
There's a picture in that article of a
because
Pizza Hut logo on the side of a Russian Proton rocket, which is pretty hilarious. Pizza Hut. But
I
they,
lost where we were at.
yeah,
Uh,
they've got their practice of launching ads into space is not new, but Ars Technica suggested that contractions in the Russian economy led to very recent changes in the country's laws for space advertising that could lead to more examples like this. Russia's unsanctioned invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 caused many international partnerships in space and others to fall apart, which ours believes may have led to Russian President Vladimir Putin's authorization for recurring space ads. The new legislation was cited on Roscosmos Telegram account for, whoa, Kenny, hi, wow. She snuck up on me. Oh. Um, can you hear the purring? Is she purring loud enough for you guys?
Nope, I bet you could
Oh,
feel it.
I hear, yeah, I hear. Can't hear. Okay. Oh, new
Junie's
legislation.
decided to curl up on my couch. Not my couch, my chair.
Kitty doesn't like me with my hand on the computer mouse instead of on the cat. Um, New legislation was cited on Roscosmos Telegram account in October 2025. The Ars Technica report added, according to the amendments, Roscosmos has been granted the right, effective January 1st, 2026, to place advertising on space objects owned by both the state corporation itself and federally, said the Roscosmos statement, according to ours. Quote, whoa, Kitty, rubbing the microphone directly. You guys had to hear
couldn't
that.
hear it.
No?
Nope.
Wow, the noise filtering is pretty impressive. Okay, well, I guess I'll need to figure out a different way to monetize Kitty. If the microphone filters out her purrs, I can't turn her into an ASMR channel, can I?
Mm,
Because her
no.
purring is very therapeutic. I don't know. Maybe there's an option somewhere that like noise filtering something that can, I don't know. That's not a problem to
There
solve right
is.
now, is it?
Mm.
According to the amendments, Roscosmos has been granted the right effective January 1st, 2026 to place advertising on space objects owned by both the corporation. Oh, I already read that. Um, Roscosmos and NASA continued to work together on the ISS despite sanctions imposed after the invasion of Ukraine, which is ongoing. And Tuesday's launch marked a milestone in that cooperation as NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman became the first with his title to attend a Soyuz launch in 8 years. Space News noted that Isaacman and Roscosmos Director General Dmitry Bakanov had the first reported face-to-face meeting between the agency heads since the last in-person NASA chief visit uh, for an October 2018 launch. After the meeting between Isaacman and Bakanov, uh, Bakanov, it bothers me that I don't know how to pronounce people's names. I'm sorry. Um, Russia announced a 2 year extension of its ISS commitment up to 2030, as well as an agreement in principle to continue offering NASA astronauts seats on the Soyuz in exchange for seats on commercial U.S. vehicles, among other developments. Mm, okay, so there we go.
Uh,
That's kind
So,
of
advertising on at least partially owned public.
no. It's that's the official Russian space agency. That's not at all partially privately owned. That is entirely the government's
So
space
this
agency.
would be
It
like
would be like,
NASA
yeah,
instead of SpaceX.
it would be like the equivalent of NASA putting a Monster Energy logo on the side of Artemis.
But if SpaceX did it, it would be okay because it's private.
SpaceX is a private company. They put their logo on the side of their rockets all the time. That's not that big of a deal. If they decide to put the logo of whoever they're, oh, they put other people's logos on the side of the rockets too. Um, when they're sending other companies' satellites up into space, they put those on the side. They put NASA logos on the side when they're launching astronauts in the Dragon capsules. So yeah,
is that rocket news for today?
Well, no, it does sound.
Have you had enough rocket news?
No, I
There's
was saying,
Oh,
is that the rocket news?
That is rocket news.
how do
Yes,
you
Right.
feel about
very,
it?
very astute. Yes, I don't know. There's more that we could probably talk about, but I think that might be enough. Whoa, wait, no, actually,
I mean, where are they paying it to? Like, I'm sorry, I'm moving it back to NASA. If Monster decided to, oh, does it go directly to NASA so NASA can fund more?
yeah, it would be like Monster paying the US government
Wouldn't that be,
to put their logo on the side of the Artemis rocket.
as long as you could assure those funds go back to NASA?
Yeah, but this is Russia.
Yeah, I know I'm comparing it to the US because that's how my mind works.
Yeah, I know.
Then I don't
I'm
think it
just
would be that
saying
bad.
this is not this is diff yeah, this is not a transparent organization.
True.
Um, but yeah, there is more rocket news.
I
There
do
is
like that
something
they put the pictures from the kids. That I thought was good.
that is really cool. Yeah, I think that would be cool for NASA to or SpaceX even, just include some more stuff like, but um yeah, another this well, I don't know if this is really rocket news or just general space news. Um it relates to rocket stuff. So I'm gonna put it under the rocket news umbrella and just gonna go ahead. NASA asteroid sampling mission renamed from Osiris to Apex for a new journey. Um, so, at the end of a long haul trip, it might be time to kick up your feet and rest a while, especially if it was a 7 year, 4 billion mile journey to bring Earth a sample of asteroid Bennu. But Osiris Rex, which stands for Origins, Spectral Interpretation, Resource Identification, and Security, Regolith Explorer, the NASA mission that accomplished this feat in September, is already on its way with a new name to explore a new destination. Ah, when Osiris Rex left Bennu in May 2021 with a sample aboard, its instruments were in great condition and it still had a quarter of its fuel left. So instead of shutting down the spacecraft after it delivered the sample, the team proposed to dispatch it on a bonus mission to asteroid Apophis with an expected arrival in April 2029. NASA agreed, and Osiris Rex or Osiris Apex origin, spectral interpretation, resource identification, and security Apophis Explorer, was born. A rare opportunity at Apophis. So, after considering several destinations, including Venus and various comets, NASA chose to send the spacecraft to Apophis, an S type asteroid made of silicate materials and nickel iron, a fair bit different than the carbon rich C type Bennu. The intrigue of Apophis is its exceptionally close approach to our planet. On April 13, 2029, although or on its exceptionally close approach to our planet on April 13, 2029. Period. There we go. Although Apophis will not hit Earth during this encounter or in the foreseeable future, the pass in 2029 will bring the asteroid within 20,000 miles of the surface, which is closer than some satellites, and
Oh,
close enough.
wow.
Yeah, right. It's close enough that it could be visible to the naked eye in the eastern hemisphere. So it's unfortunate
During
we're not gonna
daylight or during nighttime? Unfortunately, I have to ask.
nighttime. Unfortunately, yeah, unfortunately we're not gonna have the ability to see it
Very
at nighttime.
much.
Yeah.
Because if it did they say spring, winter,
April.
summer, April? I
Closest
guess
closest point would be April 13.
I guess it's
Uh,
really going to have to depend on how the sun's setting at that point.
yeah. Um
That sounds exciting in a
it's
few years.
about yeah. It's we got a few years, but it's going to be closer to us than some like geosynchronous satellites, like some of the GPS satellites are going
Yeah,
to be further away than this asteroid when it passes at its closest point to us. So,
that is cool.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So scientists estimate the asteroids of Apophis' size. It's about 367 yards across, or about 340 meters. They come this close to Earth only about once every 7,500 years. That's, yeah, a rare special occurrence, isn't it? So Osiris Apex will study Apophis immediately after such a path, allowing us to see how its surface changes by interacting with Earth's gravity, said Amy Simon, the mission project scientist based at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland.
This thing isn't even a mile long, so it's tiny.
It's pretty small, yeah. But were it to strike,
Oh, yeah,
uh,
it would still be a catastrophic, but
yeah,
still.
yeah. But yeah, it's so small that I mean, it's only recently that instruments have been sensitive enough to actually resolve it
And see it.
visually. Yeah, yeah. So it will, uh, Apophis' close encounter will with Earth will change the asteroid's orbit and the length of its 30.6-hour day. Whoa, neat. The encounter may also cause quakes and landslides on the asteroid's surface that could churn up material and uncover what lies beneath. The quote, the close approach is a great natural experiment, said Danny Mendoza de Guistina. 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 Yes. No, it's not Enya. Guistina.
Does it have
Principal.
an Enye on top?
No, it's not an Enya.
Okay.
Yeah, the tilde.
Tilde, yeah, sorry.
Um, wait, where was it? Okay, principal investigator for Osiris Apex at the University of Arizona in Tucson. Quote, we know that tidal forces and the accumulation of rubble pile material are foundational processes that could play a role in planet formation. They could inform how we got from debris in the early solar system to full blown planets. Apophis represents more than just the opportunity to more about how learn more about how solar systems and planets form. As it happens, most of the known potentially hazardous asteroids, which are those whose orbits come within 4.6 million miles of Earth, are also S types. So, what the team learns about Apophis can inform planetary defense research, a top priority for NASA. That's good. Yeah, S type. Apophis represents more than just. Oh, wait, no. By April 2nd, 2029, around 2 weeks before Apophis's close encounter with Earth, Osiris Apex's cameras will begin taking images of the asteroid as the spacecraft catches up to it. Apophis will also be closely observed by Earth-based telescopes during this time. But in the hours after the close encounter, Apophis will appear too near the sun in the sky to be observed by ground-based optical telescopes. This means any changes triggered by the close encounter will be best detected by the spacecraft. Osiris Apex will arrive at the asteroid later in April 2029 and operate in its proximity for about the next 18 months. In addition to studying changes to Apophis caused by its Earth encounter, the spacecraft will conduct many of the same investigations OSIRIS-REx did at Bennu, including using its instruments suite, using its instrument suite of imagers, spectrometers, and a laser altimeter to closely map the surface and analyze its chemical makeup. Okay,
Can you say probes away, Captain?
yes, this is exactly what a probe would be. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. Yeah, imagers, spectrometers, a laser altimeter. So they're visually watching it as it's getting closer. They're um, looking at the way it reflects light and yeah, and how the surface uh, texture changes as they're approaching it, as it passes through Earth's gravity well. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. And yeah, like you said, it probes away. That's exactly what a probe like that would need to do. So we're living in science fiction times. Um, so yeah, as an encore, Osiris Apex will reprise one of Osiris Rex's most impressive acts, minus the sample collection. It will dip within 16 feet of the asteroid's surface, firing its thrusters downward. This maneuver will stir up surface rocks and dust to give scientists a peek at the material that lies below. Ha! So they're like going up to the asteroid, aiming the probe's ass end at it, and then firing like a big spacecraft fart at the thing, and then turning around to go and look at what how it reacts. Yeah. I wonder how massive it would be. How massive both of them are. Are they going to be looking for any change in the asteroid's orbit from this push, or is it only going to be the spacecraft itself? They did a test, NASA did a test, the DART, where they had a probe fire and basically launch and boom, hit an asteroid. And it was to see how the asteroid would react and see if it was a big enough impact to actually change the orbit of the asteroid so that if it ever came down to it, if we detected an incoming asteroid, would we be able to deflect something just enough so that, you know, any sort of impact could be averted? So I wonder if that's what they're trying to do here, but in a different way, you know, instead of impacting it and using the entire kinetic energy of the um, of the probe? Are they just gonna like hit it with the mass of their chemical reaction rockets and thrusters and see what that stirs up? Get a look at what's underneath the dust of the regolith there and see if that changes the orbit. I mean, well, I don't know. I guess the gravity well would change the orbit more, probably change it enough that any any impact from a little probe. Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's
Uh,
still going to bring interesting data
Definitely.
and
Yeah.
lots of cool pictures.
Yeah. Yeah. Although the rendezvous with Apophis is more than 5 years away, the next milestone on its journey is the first of six close sun passes. What? Those near approaches, along with three gravity assists from Earth, will put OSIRIS Apex on course to reach Apophis in April 2029. What the hell is this spacecraft going to be doing?
Orbiting
Yeah, but still, you'd think, I don't
with
know,
only tiny course corrections along the way.
they're redirecting it so it was aimed at something else, right? At a completely different asteroid. Or was it on its way back and they had enough fuel to go to another one? I forgot.
From what I understood, it made its docking at the ISS and still had enough fuel, and the ISS was like, hey, let's go look at this asteroid. And they
I
said,
thought
probe away, and then they started.
I thought it was still traveling back and it hadn't reached and they still had enough fuel and they were like, you know what, instead of returning to Earth and bringing all this back,
Yeah,
go to this other
I
asteroid.
just thought it was they dropped the stuff off at the ISS
Yeah, I
and
don't
still
think they
had
dropped
remaining
anything
fuel.
off. I think that the reason they didn't have the or the reason that they didn't land at this new asteroid is because they already had the sample collected. So all they could do is pass by and look
Oh,
and
that makes
collect the
sense.
data and look at how the surface is and squirt it with thruster, thruster gas, whatever,
Juice, whatever.
juice. Yeah, the thruster reaction mass. Whatever it is that they're squirting out of the thrusters to push the spacecraft back to Earth has to be impacting the asteroid if it's going to be stirring up debris and clearing that away. So how much force is transferred by that? Or I guess it would be pressure, right? Force over surface area, how big of an area, what the pressure is, and then you would, yeah. I don't know. Either if it's a 300-meter asteroid, I don't know. Now that I think about it, yeah, I can't imagine an asteroid of that size being able to redirect or being redirected in any meaningful way by a probe if they're just shooting dust at it, unless there's an actual kinetic impact, I think. They're probably,
I don't think it's big enough to have a gravity field, if that makes any sense.
yeah, yeah. But wait, okay, so they've got its travel itinerary. Or wait, where was it? Landslides. Um,
But
where
discovering
was it?
what in proportion, though, if you made that asteroid the size of Earth and the probe the size of a bigger asteroid, I mean, just, size them up. It can tell you what would
Yeah.
happen if a bigger asteroid did pass by
Yeah.
Earth. Like it
Yeah.
give you a clue of what might happen.
Yeah, that was the goal with the DART probe, I think. The DART, you need to know the exact mass that you're launching at it in order to have like the kinetic energy at one end of it, and then you need to know the mass of the asteroid at the other end of it. And then when you get the kinetic impact, you see how the
Well, this was talking about
deflection is.
earthquakes and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is, yeah.
So talking about how, like, okay, this is gonna sound I'm going back to books. Who's surprised?
Mm.
Um, Anne McCaffrey. I love Anne McCaffrey. Um, her world has dragons. Oh my God, dragons. But it also has science fiction space. They're bioengineered dragons. And basically, it's this erratic planet, and every few hundred years, it gets close enough to Pern to cause, well, I won't get into that, but it causes um disruptions on Pern, like earthquakes, volcanoes, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean, that makes
so
perfect sense.
maybe maybe
If
that's what
it's
they're looking
like
for.
way far out and only gets close enough in to disrupt the orbit every once in a while, right? Kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a good series. She is the best writer ever. I mean, come on, dragons
Dragon. I mean, yeah,
and
if you're bioengineering the dragons, it makes perfect sense to put them into outer space.
well, no, that's not that's the other part.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
to put
okay.
them into science fiction
You're
content.
you're a space nerd. Do you know the Hoyle um Wick Rimsheim theory? A theory that life began from cosmic dust from asteroids and comets and us.
Like a version of panspermia sort of
I
thing
guess
that like
so.
life
Yeah,
was
spam
seeded
spermia, yes.
from life elsewhere, or building
And
blocks of life come
fact,
from
I think they,
space and elsewhere.
yeah, it,
Okay.
the
Yeah.
that's part of her world too, is that this planet is bringing these life forms in now that will eat everything on Pern, and so the dragons have to flame it away.
Okay.
It,
Nice. I
it's a
like it.
good, she's a
Yeah.
good writer.
I
She
like
also has a good little book about um a ship who is a human, began her life as a human, but was so um malformed, deformed. The only thing that works was her brain, pretty much.
it.
And
Okay.
so she gets hooked up to a ship, and that okay. I'm going. She's a very
Brain
good
brain in a
science.
jar.
Yeah, she's a very very good science fiction writer and fantasy, because there's always elements of fantasy.
Yeah. Have you seen the Fallout series on Amazon Prime?
Yes,
Yeah, so like the brain in a Roomba
yes,
character that, was formerly the guy, what's his name? I don't know. I don't remember his name. But yeah, once it got to the future, his character was no longer even named. It was just brain in a Roomba. If you turn on the subtitles when he's talking and stuff.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah. Uh, I thought that was funny. But there's other um in the Fallout universe, there's other brain
It's a
and
common trope
jar. Yeah. Yeah. Um
for a reason. It's a good trope.
trope. Yes, trope. That's the word. Good word. Of course you would know the word. Um yeah. Oh wait, no, yeah, we're still so six close sun passes along with three gravity assists from Earth in order to reach Apophis in April 2029. So what they will discover remains to be seen, but the mission's previous incarnation is any wait. But if the mission's previous incarnation is any indication, surprising science lies ahead. Aha. Wait, I thought it was more than that. NASA Guidance Center. I thought they were going to explain the gravity path.
Probably closer to
Because
the
what did they
date.
do? What was it doing before? How was it going to return? And what did they do to deflect it to get to Apophis? And what's it going to do to return to Earth? Was it going to go through all these tricky little sun orbits and Earth gravity assists, or is that part of something that they calculated and had the spacecraft do in order to make it bide its time and return on time to hit?
Oh, that makes sense. Just floating out in that spot until the date that's needed and then reactivate it
Just
and
go chill
goes.
around the sun for a while and turn back on when we need you. You know, the uh yeah, the asteroid's not coming for a couple years. Go wait over there.
Go wait in the corner.
Yeah. And I mean, it's space, so it's not
We'll
like
come check
the,
on you every once in a while.
yeah. And it's space, so it's not like the corner is anywhere specific. So just orbit the sun for a while, right? We'll call when we need you. Um, yeah, I don't know. I wish that they would explain that a bit more. I thought that there was more. Wait, was there 16 feet of the, yeah, that was it. I don't know. I guess it was a longer order. Yeah, it was a pretty long article. I guess we got sidetracked enough that
We
I didn't
also
realize.
have to admit here that
Mm.
you would probably be the only one that would understand it if they did give the calculations.
No, not necessarily. If they gave a visualization, it would be
Oh, okay. Yeah.
possible to um yeah, uh, to give a whole list of credits for NASA's Goddard Flight Center systems engineering and yeah, all of the people involved that never get any credit. We're just gonna skip over that. Oh, yeah. Anyway, there was
What's the next article, Pookie?
yeah, do you have another one? Or I can
I do not at the moment. I
okay.
didn't have anything up right now, but I
So, how
can
about
pull
we
something up.
talk about this Florida police officer who used a mass surveillance network to stalk a romantic interest.
Uh,
Creepy of creepiest, right? There's a
oh man.
reason. There's a reason to oppose that company Flock that's putting up those driver's license cameras all over the place. Yeah, they're starting to partner with law enforcement, and not all law enforcement is necessarily always well intentioned. Um, so, newly published dash cam footage shows a sheriff's deputy driving recklessly to pull over an actress he'd met while working on the set of a TV show Bad Monkey. Um, I don't know the show, but I kind of want to find out now. But automatic license plate readers, ALPRs, they say, are among the fastest growing forms of mass surveillance, logging over 20 billion license plate scans per month. This technology, which can track and locate vehicles and their drivers in real time, is increasingly used by law enforcement to help investigate crimes without first obtaining a warrant. But without proper oversight, privacy experts warn such a trove of personal data is ripe for abuse. Yes,
Oh my fuck.
yes. And in real time, without a warrant, how is that not clearly a violation of the Fourth Amendment?
Can I just say
Mm,
some dark humor here? I am so glad I can never drive and will never have a car again.
they're not gonna get me. Not with
Nope,
this,
nope,
at least.
nope.
Yeah. So take the case of Lamar Roman, a 28-year-old married sheriff's 28-year-old married sheriff's deputy living in South Florida who couldn't resist the temptation to use these powerful surveillance tools for his own personal gain. Dashcam footage published earlier this week by 404 Media shows the Monroe County Sheriff's deputy speeding through traffic early February. He dangerously weaves through traffic on a two-lane highway, hitting speeds over 70 miles an hour. At one point, he almost causes a head-on collision. What the hell? Roman eventually catches up and pulls over his target, a 27-year-old woman suspected of no wrongdoing. He'd simply met the woman a few weeks earlier while he worked a security detail on the set of Bad Monkey, an Apple TV series filmed in the Florida Keys. Oh my God. This poor lady. In a recorded interview, a woman whose identity is being kept private, yes, told investigators that Roman made her feel uncomfortable as soon as she arrived on set as an extra. Or quote, immediately it was like, oh my God, why did nobody tell me they were bringing models to set? The woman told investigators. At first, she didn't know whether Roman was a real cop or dressed to play one on the show when he pressured her for her name, number, and Instagram handle, reports 404 Media. Okay, so he was showing up in his full uniform when he was not
On duty.
on the clock serving like as a representative of the state. What? Wow. Abuse of power? Anybody? Oh
I
my.
agree with you.
Mm.
Mm.
Quote, I need your name and number just in case I pull you over
And
someday.
Instagram handle. That
And
is the
then,
part that really gets me.
why would a police officer ever ask for somebody's Instagram? Yeah, I didn't even think
Invasion
about
of
that.
privacy.
Wow. Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. Especially. And that's definitely Fourth Amendment violation. If even if it was a like fully above board like anything, the most they can ask for is like name and
License.
identification, and If you aren't obligated to provide that, then they're not allowed to ask. Period. So, yeah. And he should not have been there, like, fully dressed up and like they should have given him something, security in big, bold letters and no badge. Take that actual official police badge, sheriff's badge away. Uh, Now take it away for good. Well, obviously it's
obviously.
taken away for good now, but it shouldn't. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I need your name and number just in case I pull you over someday, Roman told the woman according to the arrest warrant. Okay, so how many more layers of wrong is are they adding to
In
this?
case I pull you over.
Yeah, I want
What?
to, yeah, that's the excuse. Like in case I
No.
was just doing it in case I pull you over. That's the only reason I want your name and number.
Yeah, the only reason
It's
I'm pulling you over is because you're helping a turtle cross the road.
it's nothing. There's nothing sketchy about this. Nothing. Yeah, it's just in case you need to get preferential treatment. Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
Uh,
Yes, the woman later told investigators that Roman appeared to be flirting and joking. No, appeared to be trying to joke, maybe. In response, she tried to be, quote, standoffish and told him she had a boyfriend. Yeah, be as standoffish as possible.
I'll be your
But
boyfriend.
yeah,
I'll be your
but,
imaginary boyfriend.
right, yeah. So when she was pulled over a few weeks later, the woman told investigators she knew it was Roman. When she asked him during the stop how he'd known it was her, she told investigators he replied, quote, I told you I'd find you and pull you over, and stated, quote, I was hoping your boyfriend was in the car so I could pull him out and give him a hard time, reports 404 Media. Oh, get his ID and then go on harass him too, maybe. Obviously, right? Is that what you guys pick up when
Well,
you want ongoing harassment against a boyfriend too until
I
boyfriend
gotta go.
stops dating?
Sorry.
Take care.
Please like and subscribe.
Yeah, is that what you think, Pookie? He wanted to harass boyfriend until boyfriend stops dating?
Yeah, he was. That might sound a little jealous. You know what I mean?
Mm,
It's like,
um,
can't touch him, but I'll do this. Just give him a hard time.
yeah.
Because it would suck.
Eventually Roman allowed the woman to leave, but it wasn't until the woman spoke with investigators that she was, quote, advised on the full extent to which Deputy Roman utilized law enforcement databases to search her and obtain personal information about her. One police investigator wrote, wow, according to 404 Media. Shortly after meeting the woman on set, Roman used a sophisticated network of police surveillance tools, quote, to pull the woman's identity, vehicle information, and current photo, reports Gadget Review. In the video of his interview with police, Roman told investigators that he was, quote, just teasing the woman on the set and that he believed she was flirting back with him. That does not, even if he believed she was flirting back with him, that does not justify using law enforcement tools to do
Right.
anything. right? Anything at
Taking
all.
advantage of people.
Yeah. If she does not provide the information to you, you do not have
Acts for
the
social
right.
media.
Yeah, you do not have the right to take that information for yourself if you have the means to access it. What is wrong with people these days? Oh,
Crazy
okay.
world.
Yeah, yeah. He also messaged her on Instagram. He found her social media too. But didn't receive a reply. Yeah, and that wasn't enough of a hint for him. Roman then admitted to running the woman's name through the agency's identification database and finding her driver's license number. What else does
Uh,
he want? Does he want her social security number too? Oh,
wait, could he get her social? Is there any
I
way
don't
they?
think so. I don't think so.
Mm,
I hope not. But he has almost everything else, it seems.
yeah.
Everything
Once
he
you get
needs
your,
to find her, right? And track her down.
I would not give him my social media.
No,
Mm,
not that he needed it given to him, but yeah, I don't know. He's not trying to impersonate her and like steal her identity, I suppose. So it
It's
doesn't need the
just, yeah, he was
social,
telling her
but
in
he's
case I see you again.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my, that whole thing. Yeah, now thinking back, that whole statement, that exchange was basically like almost a threat more than a like right. It's like I'm gonna find you. I can get it. I can get
Yeah.
it. I told you I could get it. Give it to me just in case you get pulled over. Like you're gonna get pulled over, but it'll only be because you didn't give it to me. Ugh.
Go ahead with the article.
Yeah. Where was I? Okay. Um, Shortly after meeting the woman on set, Roman used a sophisticated network. Oh, wait, um, in the video, Roman then, okay, driver's license number. In turn, he put the woman's driver's license number into the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles database used by law enforcement to find her license number, her license plate number. Finally, Roman added her license plate to a hot list on the Guardian ALPR system, according to 404 Media. The Guardian system then provided Roman with real-time alerts to the woman's vehicle location. Oh my gosh. Which he used to track her and pull her. Oh, wait, where did. Yeah, which he used to track her and pull her over. Through this process, Throughout this process, Roman admitted to having no legal justification and he was never required to obtain a warrant. I know it's stupid, Roman told investigators. It's a tough month, he continued, and I saw a shiny thing. Oh my God, what a scumbag. I saw a shiny thing. According to court records, Roman was arrested on March 10 on 3 counts of misusing a law enforcement database, a third-degree felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. Only 5 years. That seems a little short. And it's up to 5 years. Only up to 5 years. He was subsequently fired from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office following his arrest. On July 1st, he entered a 2-year-long pretrial intervention agreement that, if completed, will result in the dismissal of all charges against Roman. So he got a sweetheart deal. It sounds like the
Dude.
fundamental problem is, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I just had to clear my throat. I didn't know. Go ahead.
Yeah. The fundamental problem with these systems is that they place private information about people's movements in the hands of every officer. Michael Seufer, an Institute for Justice attorney who has brought legal challenges against ALPR surveillance networks, said in a statement, quote, without constitutional safeguards of a warrant requirement that predictably allows officers to abuse their access to these systems for things like stalking romantic partners or possible romantic partners, I guess. Desired romantic partners. I don't know how to put that without it sounding like sufficiently sleazy. Um, yeah, because she wasn't a romantic partner at all. Um, I don't know, not that even that makes it okay or any better or different. It's just, uh, yeah, and these are being put up everywhere, all over America, all over every city. There's cameras like this in the neighborhood that I'm living in. They're just down the road here. You got a few of them down the neighborhood. I mean, yeah, I bet there's cameras all over in California, over there where you are. You're on mute.
Oh yeah, I was saying, yeah, there's plenty of cameras over here.
Yeah,
Damn near every light, if not everyone.
yeah.
Yep.
I, there's a and imagine what happens if these cameras are not entirely secured against intrusion by third party actors, not just the law enforcement people who have access to those
It's
cameras. Like they're like,
it, it's good
but
for stolen cars.
yeah, yeah, but it could
Like we
also be
seen it at
good
a
for
red light.
it could also be good for stealing cars if you're nerdy enough, right? I mean, car
Yeah.
thieves these days have to be pretty tech savvy. So, if you're at that level of um, you know, tech literacy or whatever, and into intrusions, right? Getting into systems that you're not
Not.
supposed to be in, then yeah, um, why wouldn't you try to, penetrate the uh, defensive layers of those wireless flock cameras that they're putting everywhere, right? They're solar powered and wireless data connected. So they work over cell networks and those can be intercepted. And I mean, cell networks and Wi-Fi, both of those can be detected and intercepted by third parties. And they
Where were
don't
we at
want
again?
to admit this. Huh?
Said I lost track of where we were at.
Oh, I'm going beyond what they talked about in this article here. I'm
Oh,
talking about these cameras are being put everywhere and they're potentially vulnerable. It's not just uh, danger having them and having malicious law enforcement going and abusing this power. Um, these cameras run off of the cellular network
Yeah,
and
so they'll be
and
on
and
whether someone takes it down or not.
Wi-Fi in order to transfer their data, connect to each other, and to transmit their data back to law enforcement. So they're all connected, and they all have to um, the servers themselves have to be run by this private company. So the private company has access to all of this data in real time as well. It's being provided to the law enforcement. So they're talking about it like the law enforcement alone is the problem, and they're not necessarily. They're only a customer of this company that has all of this data that they're gathering and collating and synthesizing and putting together. And they've got a bigger picture than even the law enforcement does, because they don't have any restrictions on what they can gather. They don't have any constitutional restrictions on their authority, on what they can, you know, collect. So they've got
Yeah,
the
I
big
think
picture. They've
once
got the
they
big
start
picture.
asking people for their social media, that's where they should draw the line.
Well, no,
Um,
it's not. It's not even that. It's the um. There's um.
when they run a license plate, your social media shouldn't come up.
Yeah, but
And he was
that's. I
probably
mean,
using that for personal use.
That's a small bit of what the issue is, the existence of these cameras in the first place. Because they represent I mean, first off, they represent a slow creep of authoritarianism, data collection. They know where you are every point at all times, right? If you're basically at,
Benefit the stolen car.
you as a person are basically reliably within a certain radius of your car for the most part during your day, like day-to-day activities. They can, if they can track the movements of your car throughout the city, they know generally where you as an individual are. So if they can tie you to the license plate, then they know where you are. They don't necessarily need to know where you are, but they do. They can and they will. Should they is a question. Is that, I mean, is a legal question. But they can get around that should they question, because that arises based off of the Fifth Amendment or the Fourth Amendment, right? Every person's shall be secure in their papers and property, right? And so that's where the idea of having to have a search warrant for specifically what the government is allowed to go and snoop into, and otherwise the government isn't allowed to look into your day-to-day activities. Private companies don't have that restriction. They're not required to keep the right to privacy sacred in the same way as the federal government is because of the Constitution. They live under the Constitution, but their authority is not restricted by the Constitution. So they can go ahead and gather all of this data that the um, government isn't necessarily allowed to collect and synthesize it all, you know. And so when, the government and the police are effectively just a customer at this point of those companies, right? Um, but what happens if there's a data breach at those companies, right? That's that's what I'm trying to bring up is they have this much authority, this much knowledge of pretty much every American in within their operating area. Um, what can somebody do with that information if they're, you
And
know,
stalk someone.
if you're a bad actor, right? Yeah. And you don't have to be a police officer in order to be able to do that, right? You just have to be smart enough to get into probe, find whatever, find a way in, and then you can start going at it, right? So that's why I don't like these cameras going up. I don't know. I'm not
Glad I'm not driving.
suggesting anything, but if these cameras happen to be vandalized, I will not shed a tear over it, you know. Um, oops, make it expensive for them to run, then make them replace them
You're
frequently.
not gonna be the only person.
Yeah,
Uh,
but don't do it in a way where you're within view of another one of these flock cameras. You know, you got to figure out where the blind spots are before they start. Because you got to think, are you aware of what's going on over in China with their own, their
no.
own use of mass surveillance? And they have a they call it a social credit system, social credit score. So basically, it's a one party rule system. The Communist Party, if you're, you got to be a member of the Chinese Communist Party, right? And the only people who go into positions of power are those who are members of the Chinese Communist Party, right? You can't not be a member of the Chinese Communist Party in China. But anybody who disagrees with anything that is official Communist Party policy gets, their credit score lowered. I mean, it's a lot like, your credit score is here in America, but
How can what's that
based
used
on,
for?
it determines things like what jobs are available to you. You're not allowed
Wow.
to apply for certain jobs if your credit score is below a certain point. It determines where you are permitted to live. You are not
Wow.
allowed to live in an apartment or
Damn.
in certain apartments if your credit score is below a certain point. So, it is basically a mass surveillance, mass obedience enforcement, like social system of, control by fear and, tyranny, authoritarianism. That's the end result of everywhere that socialism and communism has been implemented is authoritarian totalitarianism. So China's just got the best technology at this point uh, to exert that authoritarianism and totalitarianism. But yeah, it's scary that the bones, the skeleton for this sort of uh, social credit score system are starting to be laid out in the United States of America, and I don't like that. So
Hope I don't get a credit score based on what I do. That's
no,
a
nobody,
little much.
no American should have that,
I'd be homeless.
especially a government controlled one, you know,
If
the
your
the
social credit score was based on where like, and it gets to tell you where you can live, I'd probably be homeless because I'm not very social. Uh,
mm, yeah,
Social credit score, I couldn't imagine.
yeah, it says it, excuse me, it merges financial data, legal compliance, and behavioral tracking through blacklists and whitelists, or red lists as they call it. Because China, red, communism, red. So
oh, I didn't
to
know.
enforce, yeah, to enforce trustworthiness and punish violations across society and corporate sectors. So it's not a single numerical score like the American credit score systems. It's this vast
Probably
network of
good, bad,
various different,
not so bad.
yeah, well, I mean, different aspects of human behavior are weighted differently, and in certain areas are maybe more acceptable than in other areas. But it's a complicated network. But the basic idea is kind of like a credit score over here, a financial credit score over here
Mm.
determines what credit cards are available to you. China's social credit score, your social behavior determines what social opportunities are available to you. And those social opportunities are everything. Humans are social creatures. Everything, basically everything in human life is something social. Even the things that are not social are by definition not social, not part of this. So it's, if
I'm not very social. I'd be very low social score. I'm in the house
yeah.
a lot.
So there would be a very, very limited number of opportunities. You'd basically be pushed to the margins of society, you know.
Oh
So
man.
would I. I've not been been
I think this is social. They didn't say
particularly
social media, right?
contributing. Well, yeah, it's but here, hold on. It's how it works. Instead of a single numerical score, it's comprised of various interconnected mechanisms run by different government agencies. So there's legal and financial blacklists operated by the Supreme People's Court and National Development and Reform Commission, NDRC. Oh, yeah, NDRC. They target individuals and companies with serious legal infractions, such as defaulting on court judgments or failing to pay taxes. There's corporate credit, which is the most established and widespread aspect of the system that grades businesses on an A to D scale based on regulatory compliance, taxes, consumer protection, local pilot programs. Some municipal governments have experimented with broader point-based or grading systems that track civic behaviors, and then commercial systems separate from state tech firms such as Ant Group's Sesame Credit offer private algorithms to evaluate consumer trustworthiness based on spending and transaction history. So that sounds a little bit like our credit score system starting to be integrated into the communist aspect. It's interesting, the capitalist tool being borrowed and weaponized against the Chinese communist populace. But
If it's like
rewards
that,
and punishments, there's penalties. Those on official blacklists face severe restrictions, including bans on
wow.
purchasing high-speed train or flight tickets, limitations on luxury spending, uh, and throttled internet speeds. What?
Hell,
That's that's crazy.
Your behavior as a person can affect everything in your life. Your internet can be
including your
bad because you're a
including
bad
your
person.
yeah, or bad communist. If you're a bad communist, you don't get good internet.
Mm.
But rewards individuals and businesses with high credit ratings can experience expedited government services, uh, lower utility bills, and preferential terms on loans. So if you're a good communist, you get rewards. Um, so it's yeah, not
I couldn't
something
imagine.
not something I would want to live under. Kind of
So,
antithetical to a lot of what uh Americans are born to kind of hold as well. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of creep of American or of socialist and communist ideals into American society over. So I can't necessarily take for granted that Americans hold those ideals to be as important as um, well, certainly not as important as I believe they are. I'm kind of on a in a weird place.
yeah, I got another article about someone who is very social. A
Okay.
fitness influencer. It says fitness influencer banned from flight for attempting to board naked amid record-breaking heat wave. This sexy sightseer was in for a nude awakening. Etta Elisa, a fetching fitness influencer from Germany, was denied entry on a Lufthansa Lufthansa flight
Lufthansa.
after
Yeah.
Lufthansa. Okay, thank you. A Lufthansa flight after a agent allegedly accused her of being, quote, naked as a, quote, cata- catastrophic heat wave plagues, plagues Europe. And the blonde bombshell in this heated about harassment, oh man, see the pictures? End quote, what the fuck, gripe Elisa, a reality TV star personality and content creator, detailed the ordeal to her over 641,000 virtual fans, airing out the airing out her grievances from the airport, the siren, sporting sporty athleisure, two-piece made complete pair with a black biker shorts and a V-cut sport bra. Claimed the lift tank. What would you say? Liftwanza?
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lufthansa.
It
Yeah.
looks like Hansa.
Lufthansa. Yeah, with the FTHA and yeah,
Okay.
it's but
Lufthansa. Uh,
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa. There we go. Um, yeah. Lufthansa staffer looked at me and said, "You can board like that? Oh, you can't board like that. You're not wearing anything. You're naked." Unappreciative of the employee's tone, an increase in Elisa argued, uh, an increase in Elisa argued her casual. Oh man, there's water spilling. I'm sorry. Mm. Uh, yeah, sorry, you guys. Unappreciative of the employee's tone and incensed, Elisa argued that her casual couture, I don't know how to spell that word. I mean, pronounce it
Couture.
correctly.
Yeah,
Couture,
couture.
there's no L.
Yeah, couture,
Okay.
couture.
Casual
Like
couture.
fitness or not fitness, fashion, you know,
Oh my
cou-
goodness, I wasted some
couture.
water.
I think it's might just be French for fashion. I'm not sure, but
Oh,
it basically is just fashion,
all right.
a word associated with the fashion industry.
Her clothes aren't all that bad, but I'll keep
Yeah,
reading the
but
article.
it would be a little uncomfortable sitting in a like
No, looking at the picture, I'm saying they're not that bad, but I'll continue reading the article and I'll send it to you so you can
yeah, I
choose
looked
what
it up.
has.
I see. I can see the outfit. And I
Oh,
that's why
okay.
I'm saying I can see how some people would be uncomfortable sitting next to somebody like dressed like that for 8 continuous hours, you know. Transatlantic flights are long. So
Yeah. I
like
finished the article.
yeah,
Her casual couture, is it couture? Whatever.
couture. Yeah, just
Couture.
couture.
So the U is silent. Anyhow, casual couture was befitting in nearly 90-degree weather outside. Her protest, however, fell on deaf ears. Yeah, especially when it's on TikTok. Anyhow, she told me I wasn't wearing normal clothes and that I had to put something on over it now, said Elisa. And you go to the side now and you can only board the plane once you've got something on. The smoke show compiled, slipping into an oversized zip up hoodie, but the no nonsense gatekeeper was unsatisfied. End quote. You have to close it. Elisa recalled the command airline workers command, which came with a side of shaming and blaming. And because of the because of the plane delay, uh, the whole flight has delayed because you're holding up the traffic. Wow. Uh, Elisa argued that she, end quote, never once heard anything about the dress code on a plane, but representatives of Lufthansa, for
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa, yeah, Lufthansa say their wardrobe rules are plain and simple. The airline stated that the passenger must wear clothing, end quote, appropriate to the character of the public journey. Okay. That does not impair the well-being of fellow travelers from diverse backgrounds, according to the reports. Appropriate attire is a relatively standard statute across the airlines worldwide, with violators of the garb guidelines often remain grounded.
Yeah, they just haven't in the past had a platform that allowed them to make their like uh, temper tantrum at the gate into a whole national discussion,
Yes, she had like
international discussion.
60 something thousand views and
It's I mean probably more than that by now.
nothing happened. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
She
yeah,
still missed that flight. Uh,
yeah. How many other people missed connections because of her?
mm,
It's I don't know. It is
delayed the flight.
a lot of people don't appreciate how conservative a lot of aspects of German culture are. You know, a lot of Americans don't. I don't know if this influencer was American or not, but
Um,
it sounds like an American. I'm
it's
just gonna
not
say.
in America though.
Not, yeah, not in America, but it sounds like an American
Yeah,
influencer. I'm just gonna say. Well, I don't, maybe I'm wrong,
yeah.
but I think German fitness influencer.
Oh, you looked it up
recent
fast.
pills. Yeah. Well,
Ada Elisa.
I had already looked it up. I just had scrolled down past that to, you know, see. But yeah, from Germany. So then I'm surprised she wouldn't have already known
All the
that
rules.
a lot of social norms over there are rather conservative. But I'm just gonna say, um, would you want to sit in a um, an airplane chair immediately next after a sweaty, bare-skinned German social media influencer had gotten up out of that chair and deboarded the plane and walked away?
It's so specific.
Well,
Uh,
this is
yeah.
what she would be asking somebody else to put up with after her, and what the people on either side of her would have to put up with during the entire flight.
Uh, when you threw German
Is
in
that
there,
reasonable? Is that
it's reasonable. I didn't think about it
okay?
like that.
Yeah. Well, and there's also, yeah, the safety and hygiene debate, a whole big point on this thing. Um, but yeah, aviation professionals and flight attendants pointed out dress codes aren't just about modesty. Bearskin can be a major safety hazard in the event of an emergency evacuation.
Hmm.
Inflatable emergency slides can cause severe burns. Would you want to slide down, like, imagine it's like sliding down a plastic water slide before the water
Sorry
gets
to
turned
smile.
on? No, it's kind of, and this girl
Yeah.
isn't thinking about any of this. If anything, she maybe wanted
You don't.
this argument to happen so that she gets the attention. Now, how many thousands of people now know the name of random German influencer girl? I'm not going to give her the attention she wants. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, how many people are going and talking about her and looking her up because of this? Because of
Mhm.
something she probably knew was going to happen when she set out for the airport. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that does look something like something. Yeah, I understand the sweat you said from a person because
Yeah,
it's basically a
and the
crop top.
like flesh colored sports bra and like
Oh yeah, I see
skin
that.
and yeah, and little itty bitty yoga shorts.
Okay, yeah, I
I
get
mean,
it.
so like
Yeah, the sweating and stuff
her
that could be a
entire
problem.
thighs on the seat and her whole back and everything all sweaty and because they're talking about how hot it is, right? So
Yeah.
and in a lot of European countries, they're not very big on a lot of hygiene to the same extent that a lot of American countries are. And they, they don't necessarily believe in deodorant to the same degree that Americans do. It's not the norm over there in every country like it is over here. Just want to throw that out there. Something to think about when you're thinking about that plane, that next
You're
flight,
thinking it might stink?
what chair, yeah, what that chair might be like after, right?
Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, I stand with Lufthansa. I think that discussion should have been shut down probably a lot sooner. They should have just said, lady, no, we're going to finish
Some clothes on.
boarding. And if you have not zipped up that hoodie and like correctly dressed by the time the flight leaves, then you're not going to be on this one. You're going to have to find a different plane, right?
I don't know how famous she is, but they stopped. They delayed the flight for her because that they had to go through all that
Yeah,
unnecessary.
I don't think that it was because she was famous in any meaningful way. I think they just were delaying the flight because there was a paying passenger who was causing a fuss at the gate.
Yeah.
And so they were
Yeah.
trying to appease a paying customer. And
The
I
other
think
people
that
behind her.
she was getting some, yeah, getting some clicks out of it.
Yeah, sure did.
I'm
64,000. It says.
Yeah,
But
I'm seeing Daily Mail
it
picked
didn't
it
make a
up.
difference. Yeah.
Yahoo picked it up. There's Facebook posts about it. It's just like, come on, people. New York
She got
Post
some
made a thing
followers.
about it. Fox influence looked, well, Fox would probably. Lufthansa repeatedly called her naked during a boarding dispute. I don't know. I don't, it's,
I
there was,
wouldn't
yeah,
make it a big deal like that. But I wouldn't like someone like you said, someone's sweaty body. Then that makes you think about it. I don't know how often they clean those seats, but
not after every flight. So that's why you've got to think about this. Consider that is what you would have to sit in if she is permitted to board like that. Because of the heat wave there, she's going to be sweaty, right?
yeah,
That's what
yeah,
they're saying. And flights don't necessarily always take off right when they're
supposed
right.
to.
If they're taxiing, if they're stuck taxiing, they don't necessarily, they don't have the in-flight AC running if they don't have the engines going full. So they can get hot even just sitting on the runway. And if it's hot outside also already, then that's like,
Everybody's sweating. It might not matter.
yeah, well, I don't know. I wouldn't want to sit in somebody else. If everybody else is properly dressed and their clothing is absorbing the sweat before it touches the seat, and then you have the basically naked German influencer who's probably not put on deodorant.
Yeah,
There's
that's
like,
hilarious.
what, let's say maybe 300 seats or so on that airplane. So if you're one of the people who has the ticket on the next one, that's a one in three or three-ish hundred something odds. Would you roll those odds? I mean, I guess that's pretty small, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
You don't mind a little bit of German influencer, fitness influencer sweat on you, right?
Right, I wouldn't like that on me. I wouldn't like make a big
Or
deal out of her
around
sitting next to me.
the seats immediately surrounding either. I got to deal with I mean,
Uh,
I don't know.
Now gotta make me think about every flight.
I support Lufthansa's dress code. I'll
Okay,
just,
I
but
respect it too. But they made bigger of a deal than I would have.
she
I
made it.
didn't think about it like you said, the sweaty body and all that. I didn't think about it like that. I was just like, it's just clothes, just let her get on. But then when I did look at her outfit, yeah, the crop top is kind of skin tone color, so it
I
could be
mean,
mistaken as naked.
that's not that's not a crop top. That is a sports bra, like full on.
I tried to give her a
Let's
little
be
bit of credit.
no, no. It's She is a German fitness influencer dressed like a fitness influencer about to fitness influence, trying to fitness influence, and getting the publicity for her influencing channel. So I guess technically
Correct.
she was succeeding at doing fitness influencing there. Are you
I
influenced?
guess.
I feel
Um,
influenced. to
Not even one bit.
not buy an airplane ticket for a while.
There's gonna be, she knows that there's gonna
Bring
be that
some
crowd
baby
that goes
wipes.
and looks for her.
Every time you go on an airplane flight in the future, bring some baby wipes and
I,
wipe your seat down before you take a seat.
I'm not sure if they allow you to do that, to
They
bring on
they're
baby wipes.
they're not gonna stop
Actually,
me.
they will.
I'm not gonna
They,
ask for permission.
I know you wouldn't. I believe
They'll
you.
have to stop me before I finish.
Yeah.
Because I'm American, right?
Proud American.
Don't ask for permission. Just politely say you're sorry when you're caught doing something against some company's
Listen
official
to this.
boarding policy or something. I don't know. What would they call that in an airline wiping down a
Uh,
chair with baby wipes? I don't
I
know.
don't know.
Uh, uh, whatever.
Anyhow, I got an article here about a
Yes.
South Carolina couple with a 34-year age gap sparks anger over, in quote, strict relationship rules.
Okay.
Relationship rules.
Uh,
Anyhow, South Carolina couple with a 34-year age gap has shared their new, in quote, relationship non-negotiables, sparking controversy with some saying they are too, in quote, strict, and questioning whether a relationship with such an age gap can last. I'm 26 and I am 60. Wow, that is a good age gap. Yeah, to each his own. Says I am 26 and I am 60, and these are non-negotiables. In our age gap relationship, Grayson Gregan, 26-year-old, and her husband, Kevin Gregan, 60-year-old, begin their viral, viral video sitting on his deck chairs in their lake house in Greenville, South Carolina. Their non-negotiable is what they pray together. Oh, is that they pray together daily. Mm. Some people would say that's grooming, but she's grown. Anyhow, something we've oh, implemented in our marriage is that we pray together every single night. It's the last thing we do, they said, regardless of your faith, the intentionality that goes into expressing gratitude. It's what it's what's a great way to center ourselves together and individually. Their second rule is that they don't drink unless they are with each other. Hmm. There's a vulnerability in drinking and being intoxicated. That's not something I want to be without my partner present, says the 60-year-old man. Uh, he added, this was a decision we each made individually. We didn't impose it on one another rather than looking at it as limiting, controlling. We look at it as uniquely special to uniquely committed to one another. He also noted you can't have two or three or four or five unless you have one drink. And I just choose not to have that when I'm out. Unless they're with each other, that's nice. Anyhow, rule three is that they serve each other even through conflict. It's easy to serve someone when it's hot and sunny, but when the thunderstorm rolls around, it becomes a little more difficult, Kevin said. The disagreement can stand on its own. It's not going to affect our kindness and courtesy toward one another. If you get a head massage from somebody that pissed you off, you know you're loved. And the last one is not keeping score. My father said that a lot of couples, their goal is to give each other 50%. He said it's a terrible goal. In a marriage, it should be 100% for each, the 26-year-old said. Mm. You both give your all, and that's how you can make it work, Kevin added. The worst thing a person can do is keep a list or even take notes on their phone of ways that they've been slighted. Don't do that. Don't keep it in your heart or your mind. Release it. In comments, people took issue to the strict rules, specifically the one on alcohol. If you don't allow, end quote, if you don't allow one another to consume alcohol without your significant other, this only proves your lack of self control, whether the lack of self control stems from an internal source or an external. This only proves irresponsibility, one
I,
said. Someone
I would
else said the
say
rules.
it's the opposite. If
Mm,
you have the restraint to only do it, I mean,
yeah,
I mean, they're saying it proves a lack of self-control. No, that is what self-control looks like and sounds like,
mm,
right? They both said that they did not make the decision for the other and enforce it on them. They made the decision individually. Like each person said, I am not going to drink unless my partner is there. And when both of them have made that decision, that's what that looks like, right? So, yeah, they both said they're not enforcing it on each other. So, yeah, I don't know. That comment was just
continue the article.
that was just a stupid comment.
Okay, the article says someone else said the rules felt, end quote, forced rather than organic. Relationship expert Beck Thompson told News.com AU that she doesn't see anything inherently wrong with the couple's rules. Praying together, not keeping score, showing up with kindness even when you're in conflict. These are things I encourage in my own clients. The head coach of Relationship Circle said, the issue isn't the rules themselves, it's the language around them. The moment you call something a non negotiable rule in a relationship, it shifts the tone from connection to compliance. Healthy healthy couples tend to arrive at these things naturally, not announce them like a contract. The relationship coach also noted that alcohol non-negotiable was slightly concerning. On the surface, choosing not to drink alone sounds like a boundaries conversation, but when you're preemptively defending it to the internet before anyone's even asked, that's worth paying attention to, she said. Defensiveness is usually a signal that on some level you already know something looks off. There were also many comments on the video about their age gap relationship. This is how bad I want this is how bad I want the lake house, someone wrote. Others
Well, can
implied,
I real quick just make an observation here? There's a whole trope that's been established within like American culture, like especially in media, portraying, a spouse coming home drunk and that arousing suspicions of infidelity in their partner and starting an argument and stuff, right? And having multiple drinks is more likely to lead to that sort of stuff, right? And they're just saying that they're not gonna start with the first drink, and then you don't have to worry about the multiple drinks, and you don't have to worry about the suspicion of anything. Neither one of them are going to start with that first drink. How is that any different, let's say, from an alcoholic saying, I'm not going to have any drinks, period? That's even more restrictive than I'm not going to have drinks unless my partner is around. So, why
see
are
the
they making it
concerns.
into a problem because of this, it's I don't know. It sounds uh, I, I don't get the yeah.
Finish the article. It might make a difference in the end. Others implied the woman was a gold digger. I also hate working. One quipped, excited, excited that my wife could be born in 3 years, someone else teased. The internet is going to pile on any age gap relationship, and a lot of that reaction is knee jerk, Thompson said. A 34 year old, a 34-year age gap isn't automatically a problem. Adults get to choose who they love. The couple has also clapped back at the critics, saying they're not okay with that. Not everyone understands their relationship. They also insist that no one none of the rules are about restriction or control. People hear rules and they think control, but we hear clarity and alignment, she said. It's not for everyone, but it works for us. So you do you, and we'll do us. Uh, yeah, I don't mind age gap. I guess you're to each his own. Everybody can do what they want to do. If you like them old, you like them young. That's your problem.
I don't
Uh,
know. I mean the whole idea of the uh the gold digger being a derogatory idea. It's like if he's
yeah,
old enough to know, I mean, yeah, if he's old enough to know what he's getting into, to know that he's gonna die soon and that she's gonna get all of, it's like what is the harm?
uh,
Who is like who is being wronged by it necessarily? I mean,
I
well,
think
there might be
I
kids from
think
a
all
previous
relationships.
marriage, maybe that might be getting disinherited, and that might be a thing, but it doesn't sound like it in this case. I don't know.
I think I think with all relationships, when there's an age gap like that, there's usually someone saying it's a gold digger, you want them for their money and all that. But
Mm,
if you find somebody who's younger and they got money and they date someone 34 years older, then it's usually a different situation.
yeah.
Um,
Uh,
but if the older person has the money or is the income for the head of household, it's definitely going to be looked at as you're trying to get her for a gold digger. And he looks rich. I'm not going to say looks rich, but the pictures they have, they're trying to just show off their money, basically.
I mean, yeah. Well, conspicuous consumption, right? You gotta
Conspicuous consumption.
you
Yeah.
gotta look rich if you are rich so that people know, because what's the
Yeah. You
point
just stand next to your
otherwise,
cars,
right? Yeah. And when you pose, you got to make sure that like your wrist with the Rolex watch is in view, right?
oh, yeah,
Gotta
he got one of
gotta
those
pose
standing up
that
pool,
and stuff with the
the
tailored
wristwatch.
suit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. May not be Rolex, so I guess I gotta.
He
But
has the
if
glasses
it's
on.
if it's
He
not
got,
Rolex, it's something like it's at least like $15,000 sitting on his wrist right there, probably. You
then
know.
he got some nice shades and
Yes.
a
Well,
bracelet on the
naturally.
other wrist.
Yeah. Yeah,
One of
yeah.
those Yeti water bottles.
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah,
Here's
those
a couple
those
pictures
are
up here, but
brand
yeah,
name
he's
everything, right? You don't get the store brand generic like Walmart version of anything if you're rich, right? You gotta
he
make
might be a
sure.
gold digger. We'll
You
never know.
don't you don't shop at Walmart, you shop at Whole Foods when you've got the money, right? I don't know.
Um,
I don't shop at Whole Foods.
mm.
Uh,
I got another article here that
I've
we talked
okay.
about. We talked about a different girl, but they look the same. It says Courtney Stoughton called out Seinfeld star for rubbing phone against her breast in a resurfaced comedy skit. I was 17. Dang it. Courtney Stoughton called
Um,
out Seinfeld's alum Jason Alexander over a controversial 2012 Funny or Die sketch she filmed with him. when she was underage. I was 17 years old in this photo. Stodden wrote on an Instagram, sharing an image of Alexander holding an iPhone against her breast. In the snap, the actor, who was 52 at the time, was wearing a polo and a blazer with Stoughton, is clad in a skimpy bikini. The older I got, the more impossible this is to understand, Stoughton continued, recalling how Alexander repeatedly rubbed his phone across my breast while saying there was, in quote, no signal in my head, but plenty of signal on my chest. Wow. Uh, Stoughton added that later in the sketch, the Emmy and Tony winning actor joked that when I turned 18, he'd like to take me behind the couch and have his way with me. Oh, damn. Anyhow, Alexander, now 66, is listed as a writer on the sketch titled The Don Clay Show with Courtney Stoughton. In addition to starring in it alongside Stoughton and her then husband, Doug Hutchinson, according to IMDb. As an adult, the fact that the fact has become harder, not easier for me to understand. I was a minor, Stoughton said. I didn't have the legal power to decide whether I wanted to participate. The contracts were signed by adults. The paycheck went to Doug. The production moved forward. I was the only child in the room, she added. I felt so alone. Stoughton, now 31, said she doesn't see the sketch as comedy looking back at it 14 years ago. I totally understand you. I see I see a 17-year-old girl whose body became the part of an adult joke, she wrote. People still say, you chose to be there legally. I couldn't make those decisions for myself. That's the point. I can't change what happened to me, but I can ask myself, how did so many adults look at that minor and decide this was acceptable? She concluded that her post, that's exactly why I speak out today. Children deserve laws that protect them. Correct. They shouldn't have to become adults before realizing the law should have been protecting them all along. In a statement to page six, Stoughton said, at 17, I was a minor working in an environment where the adults around me were responsible for my safety and well being. Looking back as an adult, I see those experiences very differently than I did at the time. My reason for speaking out now isn't about revisiting the past for its own sake, about its helping create a future where children are better protected and where adults are in position of power are held to a higher standard, she added. Yeah, that's messed up. They tried to guilt trip her. Anyhow, in his own statement to page six, Alexander said, in quote, looking back at the comedy sketch in which Mrs. Stoughton and I participated in 2012, I agree that it was inappropriate and I truly regret it. But more importantly, I am deeply sorry for any harm or distress it has caused to Mrs. Stoughton. He added, offer her my sincerest apologies. In recent years, Stoughton has branded Hutchinson as a in quote predator and a in quote pedophile for marrying her when she was just 16 and he was 51, a union that sparked controversy when they tied the knot in 2011. The in quote Green Mile actor, now 66, has dismissed his ex wife's claim. Stoughton filed for divorce from Hutchinson in 2018, and their divorce was finalized in 2020. Oh, damn. Married the baby? Anyhow, that girl was a baby, 16 years old. Anyhow, these days, Stoughton is married to a film star and TV producer, Jared Safier, and is using her platform to advocate for the passing of AB 1267, a bipartisan bill that would set the minimum age for marriage at 18 with no exceptions in California. Stoughton's mother gave permission to Hutchinson to marry her daughter, something Stoughton has said her mother has repeatedly apologized for allowing it to happen. The celebrity, in quote, celebrity Big Brother, Alum told Page Six Experience that hers with Alexander on the 2012, in quote, Funny or Die sketch are why advocates for legislation passage, as she believes we need brother conversations. We need broader conversations about how minors are treated and protected in the entertainment industry and beyond. Yeah, that is messed up. I didn't know you could marry someone that's 16 years old. Not that I'm looking into it, but uh,
Mm, 14 in some places
wow.
in America.
In America, that's the thing that caught me. It's like, damn, I didn't know we allowed that shit. Like here,
Yeah.
over there, that's their problem. But over
Well,
here, that's what
yeah.
caught my attention.
Germany, age of consent is 14 in Germany and Holland. There's
That's way too young.
a whole tourism industry in Holland. They've got a legal red light district in Amsterdam. So um, put those pieces together for yourself.
Leave those pieces not together.
Yeah.
Uh,
Mm,
thanks for the
yeah.
information, I guess.
Sorry,
It's all
but
right.
always better to be aware of what.
Right.
mm, Um,
Uh,
yeah, I didn't realize that. Ah, I didn't realize that that guy, what's his name? Yeah, Doug Hutchinson.
he
Yeah,
was on.
I didn't know he was
Was that the tall guy, or was that
eh,
the short bald guy?
the short ball guy, the one from the Green Mile. I like that movie. I'm gonna have to
Um,
like it a little bit less now. I mean, at least a little bit less. Of course, he was a
yeah.
skis-balls like bad guy in the movie to begin with, too. Have you seen the movie, The Green Mile,
Uh,
or read the book?
what was his name in Seinfeld?
Oh
Um,
no, oh no, I guess I'm talking about the tall guy then. If you mean the
oh,
short
because
bald guy,
I seen
yeah,
the tall guy in a couple
I'm
movies,
not
but the short
talking,
one,
yeah, the tall guy then, I guess. Yeah.
I forgot what name they called him. But yeah, that's messed
Yeah,
up that they gotta
Green
watch
Mile.
the kids now.
Officer Percy Wetmore in the Green Mile. Yeah.
They shouldn't have to deal with that type of stuff with kids and have to worry about them like that.
Well,
And then parents marrying their children away is mind blowing because I didn't know it was already happening. I didn't know it was legal here. So
I mean, he's notable for what was it? The Wikipedia article overview saying he's often playing disturbed and antagonistic characters. So there must be, I don't know. It's
wonder if
interesting.
he wrote any of those movies.
I don't know. Yeah.
Um, yeah, but I
Being a
got something.
good actor at a lot of those characters does not necessarily translate over to um creating the narrative, writing skills. So, but I didn't remember he was in Con Air. The Green Mile is good though. I like the Green Mile.
Yeah, he shouldn't
Steve
like the Green Mile less. Oh my goodness, I lost
Stephen
the
King's a
card,
good
but
one.
it's okay. Yeah, I like the Green Mile. Love it.
Yeah.
But that's I did. Damn, that guy is. I didn't think of him being somebody like that. Um, marry that girl at 51 years old. That's what was mind blowing too. It's just
I mean,
like,
she Did she
Uh,
regret marrying him that young though? Or I
she
don't
sounded
remember.
like it. Uh,
She did.
and they're divorced.
Yeah. But the second marriage though doesn't sound that big of a deal, right? If she's 26 and he's 60, right? Or
Oh
are
no,
we
she
talking?
was 16 and he was 51, but now she
Oh wait,
is
are we talking? We're talking about a different story now.
no, I'm talking about the little girl. She was 16 when it happened, and that other guy was 51 that they did the rule with, and he put the phone on her chest and said,
Right.
"There's not service up here, but there's better service right here."
Yeah.
And
But this isn't the same story as the gold digger,
yeah, oh no,
where
no,
the
no, that
girl,
move.
like the 26-year-old married the 60-something-year-old, and they had all those rules and everything. I got mixed up somewhere in there. I guess because of the age difference in the marriage there, and then the
Yeah,
age difference in this part here being the gross part. So yeah, I guess I got a little discombobulated there. I think I'm back on
they
track.
got
Figured out what we're talking about. Sorry.
they have well, I don't know.
$286.8 million gross, The Green Mile, from a $60 million budget. Now that is a successful movie. $286 million. It could put several satellites into orbit after designing their own rocket.
Yeah, but yeah, she's not married to him. And she's I wouldn't say mad, or she's talking about it now, and I think she's 31. It said
Yeah. Well, yeah.
that's
Takes
you.
takes took her a while to even process what it was, right? That it was a problem.
Oh, the picture here. This guy, I know this guy. Um, he's in plenty other movies and shows. Uh,
Doug Hutchinson?
I wish I knew the name of those movies, but yeah.
Let's see. There was A Time to Kill, Con Air, Batman and Robin, Shaft, Bait, I Am Sam, The Salton Sea, No Good Deed. Uh,
Oh, it's all right.
which one?
I found something that had to do with drug resistant epilepsy. Um, and it was saying talking about a new treatment options. So
Should we
brought
save
that
that
one
for
here.
should we save that for Friday? The live stream on Friday and talk about it with everybody else so everybody can comment?
Um,
Because that sounds like something other people we might get some better insight from others
uh,
if
I,
we talk about it on Friday. Not that
uh,
I'm trying
we
to,
could, but
but I just
this is,
I
you got to look at how long the article is. I don't think we'll do this, but you check it out. We
is it a
can.
long one?
Uh,
A big one?
what's your definition of long?
I don't know. What's yours? It's a hard answer to question, or
Mm.
what? It's a hard answer
You,
to question. Did I really just say that?
uh, long is a preference. There we go.
Wrong, yeah, wrong is wrong.
Long.
Long is relative. Yes. So what is long compared to when you're only being asked, is this long?
Okay. Yeah.
Here, let me see.
I got another
Well,
article here that you had uh, about a White House teleprompter
oh wow, this
operator.
is long. This is like everything about epilepsy, about drug-resistant epilepsy. RNS,
Yeah.
VNS, marijuana, neuromodulation, non-surgical options, drugs, which drugs, how they maintain, how seizure medications have been. Wow, that's a lot to read. Maybe we could put that in the link, a link to that in the description below, so people who are interested can see what we're talking about. If they want to read it on their own, they can do that.
Yeah.
Yes,
That
well, it's
article's super long.
U Chicago Medicine. Yes, new treatment options for people with drug-resistant epilepsy, and they have a whole range of different epilepsy devices: VNS, RNS, DBS. Um, a lot of a lot of good information. A lot of information we've also talked about previously on the podcast. So a lot of it would probably be rehashing stuff we've already, you know.
Yeah. I
So,
want to go through that one day. It doesn't have to be with everybody else because we could have done that. We can do that Saturday if possible, or we'll figure it out. But
mm,
I intended to go through that with you. Um, we'll use it for another time. You had another article here, and it says the White House teleprompter operator made more than $100,000 betting on Trump speeches. Sources say the White House said that Gabriel Perez has been placed on unpaid leave. Hey, you already made 100,000. Anyhow, President Donald Trump, longtime teleprompter operator, is believed to have tens of thousands of dollars by placing bets on more than a dozen of Trump's speeches on the prediction market. On the prediction market, Kalshi, Kalshi. Mm. Federal investigators with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission found that sources familiar with the matter told ABC News Gabriel Perez, a technical assistant to the president who has been operating Trump's teleprompter since 2016, in talks with federal regulators to settle allegations he used his inside knowledge of the president's speeches to win more than $100,000. Sources said, according to the sources, Kalshi or Kalshi alerted its regulatory, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, to the suspicious activity on its, in quote, mentions market, where users can bet on whether specific words, phrases, or topics are uttered during a public speech. Our surveillance team promptly flagged and referred these trades to the CFTC, and we are cooperating and assisting regulators. Kalshi, head of Kalshi, head of enforcement, Bobby Denault, said in a statement provided by ABC News. White House Press Secretary Catherine Levitt. These names are really hard to pronounce. I don't know if that's Levitt or Levitt, but anyhow,
Levitt,
it looks like Levitt.
Levitt,
Uh, okay.
Levitt.
Lea.
Oh, Levitt. I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure I've heard her name pronounced as Levitt.
All right. Carolyn Levitt told
You could
reporters
just call her
Thursday
Carolyn.
afternoon. Yeah, her name's popping up as Levitt after that. So
So just call her Carolyn. Substitute.
I'm gonna forget. Anyhow, Thursday afternoon, following ABC News report that Perez has been put on unpaid administrative leave, Levitt the said she spoke with the President Trump about it, and he thought it was a disgrace and made the decision himself to put Perez on an unpaid leave. Levitt said that she was unaware of any other White House staffers who have made such trades, while the White House has strict ethics guidelines that we expect all staffers and officials to follow. The White House spokesperson David Engel, when contacted by ABC News. Uh, yeah, it's super long, but you get the point. Mark, did you want to finish this? Because it's super long. And yeah, thoughts on that, you guys? Thumbs up to everybody's out there watching. Uh, I'm surprised that that guy made $100,000. I didn't know you can bet on what the president is gonna say. I'd bet all the time then. I don't know exactly what he's gonna say, but they said keywords. I don't know if that's just a government thing or like who can specifically bet on these things, but if it's legal, I will look into it. Um, hopefully it is legal. But yeah, to make $100,000, you got to put in a lot to win a lot. But then again, he knows what's being said because he has the teleprompter, so he won all those bets.
Uh, okay, sorry about that. I didn't uh, didn't want to interrupt you when you were reading. Didn't didn't mean to leave you hanging like that. Um,
Um,
so where was the article?
under the picture of him with cleaning the teleprompter.
Uh, yeah, I'm trying to find the.
You don't have the article at all.
I don't know. Well, I don't have it open.
Oh, here it is. There you go.
Okay.
And yeah, that article's super long. But everybody
So
out there watching, how do you guys feel about that? Because eh, I don't know how
something.
they say it's wrong for him to bet if he's just doing something that's, I mean, yeah, because he knows. Is that cheating?
Yeah.
Is that what they're saying? He's cheating
Yeah.
basically?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. 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 They're saying basically he is placing bets that Donald Trump will do something while he has in his hand foreknowledge of exactly what Donald Trump is going to say in his speeches on any of those given topics. So he'll know the outcome of basically any world event before it happens because he'll know how Donald, well, not, he won't know the outcome of any world event, but he'll know how Donald Trump is about to react to any world event just by having like previous access to Trump's speeches, which that, I mean, that alone is unethical. Um, big problem. Big problem there. Um, yeah,
Yeah, he had the 411 for real.
yeah.
And
It's not something to take lightly, I think. So yeah. Where were you in it?
the second picture of him under the teleprompter cleaning it says a
Okay.
spokesperson for the CFTC declined to comment.
Okay, yes. In addition to February's State of the Union address, sources said CFTC investigators discovered that Perez placed bets on more than a dozen Trump speeches over a 3-month period. Okay, placing bets on the speeches that are about to yeah, that's bad. Including a December primetime address, a January speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos, and Trump's remarks in March during a Medal of Honor ceremony. Later in March, the White House issued an internal memo warning staff against using non-public information to place bets on prediction markets. Sources previously confirmed to ABC News. Yeah. I mean, they shouldn't even need to issue a memo. It should just be obvious. But no, obviously, that's the
And
world we live in.
uh
Perez has
when
served. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say when he makes these bets, that's what I'm thinking is like, are they mad that it's just this person they betted with? Because is it a problem if he goes to bet on horses? They wouldn't, the government wouldn't be worried about it. Are they worried about it because of the
It's
person they're doing it for?
because he has knowledge ahead of time about how the thing that he is placing the bet on will turn out, right?
Yeah.
If he places a bet on this site that Trump in his speech will say such and such, when he has in his hand what Trump's speech is going to be, yeah, that's not the same as a horse race where you
Um,
don't have any
uh,
control, don't have any foreknowledge. It's not like you
oh no, I
time
mean
travel
like, I'm
back in
sorry.
time.
I
Yeah,
said horses, like
it's
other bets, something similar, like seeing who wins the football game or like that, because they wouldn't worry that much if he won, if he had the
no,
information
he
about
wouldn't.
who won certain stuff.
Yeah, because that wouldn't be something he would have any control over the results or the outcome.
Mm, okay, yeah. I think I just said it different, but yeah, said it wrong. Go ahead, you can continue.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what your objection is.
Uh, if I look at, there's some betting apps. One's called Prize Picks, and then something called another thing. If he was to win those on whatever bet it was, if he was to win those on one of those apps, would they have a problem with it? Because if he knew the information.
I don't know. It would probably be something more along the lines of in one of the speeches that he placed a bet on was something unexpected, some policy change, something unusual, some decision by the Trump administration to act in a way or take some unexpected action that he could then leverage into an advantage and place something that would have tremendously advantageous odds for him simply by virtue of being seen as unlikely, but he already knows that it's going to take place, right? So
Mm.
it's not I don't know,
We could just
does that
finish the
make
article.
sense?
I'm
Like
sorry.
if
Yeah, I
it would
understand what
be
you're saying.
it's kind of like the if the it's kind of like that special forces dude who got in trouble for placing a poly markets bet that the United States would invade Venezuela and take out Maduro when he was one of those special forces people on the team who was going to be going and capturing Maduro and stuff, right? You remember that?
Yeah, we're far from the article though, Mark.
Right,
We're
no, but
way off topic.
this is the same principle, the
Oh,
same
okay.
concept, right? This guy it's the same thing. He has insider knowledge ahead of
Okay,
time
I see what you
that
mean.
gives him the advantage that, you know, by placing this bet, he has, you know,
One up.
it's safer for him. He can put more money down, knowing what the outcome is going to be ahead of time. You know, so
Gotcha.
yeah, I mean, that's one thing. These prediction markets are interesting, but there's something just inherently sketchy about them. There's no way that there isn't going to end up being a dark side to them. As nice and lighthearted as some of the bets might seem, oh, you can bet on anything. Yeah. And people will bet on anything and everything. And that includes like abusing things. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on. The Of all of Trump's closest aides, sources say Perez typically has the final eyes on nearly all of the president's prepared remarks and is often known to take last-minute edits from Trump himself. He previously came under scrutiny by congressional and federal investigators over the edits that were made prior to the delivery of Trump's remarks surrounding the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. So is he actively editing Trump's speeches before
Yep.
feeding it into the teleprompter and basically giving Trump I mean, if Trump is feeding him the edits that he wants made on his speech
Like he wrote the
directly, and
speech.
that's what he's doing, that's one thing. But if
He
he's
doesn't want to
going
forget.
and surreptitiously making these edits on his own and feeding them to Trump via teleprompter, that's a big problem. I don't know. I don't think that that's what was happening because there would probably be a lot bigger noise about it, a lot more noise. If Trump was having speeches that he did not write himself fed to him, I think he would have a big problem with that. So
Yeah, I think he wrote them, and the other guy probably fed him into the teleprompter
yeah,
once he
and
knew what was supposed to be
Then Congress got a little fussy about it, but yeah. If he was previously under scrutiny and wasn't still currently under scrutiny, then I think he's probably, you know, wasn't
Yeah.
making the changes on his own. But yeah, it does say the very next sentence goes on and says Trump is known to frequently deviate from his prepared remarks, as he himself often acknowledges. Yeah, going off teleprompter. mm, Yeah, all the time.
You're just hoping he doesn't, so you
Right,
can win the
yeah.
bet.
Well, yeah, that might be the thing. The polymarket bet that, will Trump stick to the teleprompter or not? That would be something that he wouldn't have control over. And that would probably not be as much of an issue in this case, right? Will Trump or
Mm.
will not Trump stick to what he's being told to say?
I don't think he's
How
looking at
close
the
is it to what he
teleprompter
wanted,
often.
what he remembered wanting to be told to say?
Yeah, what he remembered.
But anyway, quote, when you go up here, you take a big chance, especially me, because I go off teleprompter about 80% of the time, Trump said during remarks in January to the Detroit Economic Club. I think 80% of the time is probably conservative. Um, yeah. Uh, but going off teleprompter doesn't necessarily mean he's going off narrative, right? The
Mhm.
dude with the speech beforehand still would have, even if Trump doesn't read word for word, he would still have insider knowledge of what was about to happen in the world before it was publicly announced. So before the final decision on the market, so he could place bets in a very specific way. But in certain instances, investigators uncovered times when Perez would back out of certain bets mid-speech when Trump skipped over a portion of the speech that included a word he had previously bet would be mentioned, the sources say. Ah, sneaky, sneaky dude. According to sources familiar with the investigation, Perez sat for an interview with regulators in recent months and acknowledged some of the trades. Huh. At some point during the investigation, the sources said CFTC alerted federal prosecutors in Manhattan who declined to open a criminal investigation. Regulators at the CFTC have expressed a willingness to settle with Perez and have discussed terms with him that would require Perez to give back his profits and refrain from making similar trades. According to similar according to sources familiar with the ongoing discussions. Kal Kalshi has a policy against Kalshi, that's the platform, has a policy against users placing bets based on information obtained as part of their jobs. Yes.
Hmm.
I mean, that alone would go a long way to take care of a lot of insider trading, right?
How do you get caught? I'm wondering how this guy get caught doing this.
You get caught by being bad at it, right? The good
Hmm.
people, when you're good at it, you don't get caught.
Well,
But yeah, I don't know. He didn't hide it good enough. Well enough, right?
yeah.
Either way, whichever one is correct, I said it. Either way. Um, Last month, the company updated its policy to require users to disclose their place of employment. That's interesting. That's cool. Okay, that should help. Quote, if you have information by virtue of your job or your employment, something that you have a legal duty surrounding, and you have an obligation not to take that, misappropriate it for yourself. Denewalt told ABC News in May. Wait, what? If you have information by virtue of your job or your employment, something that you have a legal duty surrounding, and you have an obligation not to take that, misappropriate it for yourself. That seems like an incomplete sentence. The commas make sense, but it's like if then, if you have a duty or if you have information, there is no then. And, if you have and you have, then what? They don't say anything. It's just an incomplete sentence. Then what? Dana Walt told ABC News in May, if you have information from your job, yeah, I don't know what, but if you have it, gosh,
What's that article
grammar,
over?
huh? No,
I don't
no,
know.
just that incomplete sentence fragment. Grammar, bad grammar bothers the hell out of me. You are, you
I
are,
know.
and yes,
I,
if you had not realized.
I realized.
I don't understand what the person meant to say by that though. Like if you have and oh, maybe they shouldn't have said the and. Maybe yeah, they may not have meant to say if you have information by virtue of your job or your employment, something that you have a legal duty surrounding, comma, drop the and. If it's something you have a legal duty surrounding, you have an obligation not to take that, misappropriate it for yourself.
All
Period.
right.
Instead of a comma. That would make a complete sentence. Dana Walt. Okay. The Department of Justice in recent months brought the first two cases of insider trading on prediction markets involving a special forces soldier who allegedly bet on the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro, and separately a Google employee who bet on user searches using internal company data. Both pleaded not guilty. How could the special forces soldier plead not guilty? That's like the most obvious guilty. Like the army has so many witnesses as to where he has no hope of any sort of constructed alibi to get out of anything. I don't know.
Good money. I know he's
Yeah,
happy.
if he got the money, yeah. But President Trump occasionally criticized prediction markets, but said in April that he supports them because the United States could be, quote, left out in the cold if the country does not allow companies like Kalshi and Polymarket to operate. Left out in the cold in what way? How? What would be bad by not allowing companies to operate that way? Or what? I mean, what? I don't understand. I don't get the context of what is what is being left out when in that regard. So are they missing out on revenue from the
No
companies
idea.
like that? Are they oh, Kitty says rent. Oh, she's over. Um, so the microphone filters out all noises the cat makes. She's so purr I can loud her hear before through the ears. Wow. She's purring so loud I can hear her through the noise canceling ear. So
Supposedly. Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
Um, yes. The whole world, or okay, quote, well, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino. And you look at what's going on all over the world in Europe and every place, they're doing these betting things. I was never much in favor of it. I don't like it conceptually, but it is what it is, Trump told reporters. If he was never, sorry, Kenny, if he was never much a fan of it, if he doesn't like it conceptually, why isn't
Allowing
he?
it.
Yeah, why allow it when we might be left out in the cold? So what? What in what way? The
Oh,
consumers might have more money in their pockets because they're not getting it funneled out of the into third party betting apps. Like, do we really know how the money moves through those big black boxes, except that sometimes you place a bet and you lose, and sometimes you place a bet and you get a big payout? Like, how
um,
transparent are these companies necessarily? How transparent is the revenue moving through those companies? Can we necessarily say that they're not taking advantage of all of the American consumers? It is what it is. I mean, because other companies are doing it, we should
about the money.
other countries are doing it. We should just allow it. Yeah, because it's about the money. Well, whose money? If it's about the Americans' money, then maybe we shouldn't be doing this. I don't know.
No.
Maybe it's about tax revenue. Maybe he's recognizing that if Americans want it, they will do it anyway. If it's happening online, then they'll just do it with the online companies that are offering it, even if they're overseas. Kitty, whoa, kitty. And oh, if they're overseas, then they have no tax authority over those companies. And well, we can't let that is be what is. We need to have that is be taxable. So, um, yeah, I don't know. I don't left out in the cold. I don't think it's a good thing that it's happening over in Europe necessarily. The whole world is becoming somewhat of a casino. We haven't necessarily looked favorably upon casinos in the past, except in very small contexts, because there is such a thing as gambling addiction. It passes through the same reward pathways as other forms of addiction. And unleashing it, basically making it entirely mainstream across the board, everywhere, pervasive and unavoidable. Everything is being bet on, whether it is a gamble or whether it is and meant to be a gamble or not. I mean, I guess that's always been somewhat of the case. Anybody with a gambling mentality will gamble on whatever they come across, but it's not been uh, available to this scale, and across the board.
Uh,
I don't know.
yeah,
And
check
is
out
this,
the article.
how well are these companies necessarily vetting the age restrictions on the users that they have?
Uh,
We know that
they
kids are
don't.
really good at getting past, teenagers are really good at getting past the age restrictions on
I didn't
other,
have to do that.
yeah,
I didn't have to put in my age and all that. Well, I didn't have
there's,
to like
I mean,
make a show an ID to spend like to show and be like I'm really this person.
yeah,
So anyone can make a profile and bet.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, and that's something Florida instituted an age restriction on. Um, I don't know how to talk about this on a channel without necessarily having YouTube censor problems, but um,
I send you an article you can read. You send it to
corn,
me, but it's
corn
one I would like to know about.
websites, corn. I guess talking about a company like the entire company isn't necessarily going to be something to get a content ban, but so. Um, The state of Florida passed a law that instituted a mandatory age restriction for users of um, uh, uh, pornography. And the company Pornhub said, well, basically we're so big, we're so widespread that, and we can't do this. We can't comply with the age 18 or up. We can't figure out a way to do it. So we're just not going to operate in the state of Florida at all. So contact your representatives if you don't like not having Pornhub in the state of Florida and get them to change it and stuff. I mean,
So when they say not in the state of Florida, you
yeah,
can't go to the app store in Florida, is what they're
can't
saying. Could you
can't
go to the app store in a different city, I mean, a different state, and then come back and you have the app on your phone
if
now?
your internet connection is coming from a service provider within the borders of Florida, um, Pornhub will not provide you access to the full website itself. They will say,
Turn your location off.
well, no, you can't. They know where the computer is because of where your Wi-Fi is connected.
Oh, yeah,
And then that
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 part.
goes to the ISP, and then they know exactly where that router is, and
I forgot
voila.
about that part.
Yeah. So you just connect through a VPN and you're golden if that's what you're really determined to do. It
I'm
does
gonna
nothing.
pass. It
Right.
isn't that serious.
Yeah, it does nothing to slow down, or it does nothing except very slightly slow down the standard users that would have been connecting anyway. If anything, they should say that it's generating revenue for VPN services by restricting the content and forcing them to, right? Yeah, I don't know.
Man, I don't have a Pornhub account, so
I think
uh,
that making sure that children don't have access to that is better than
yeah.
having the website operating within the state of Florida because you can still get to it if you're in the state of Florida. You just get a VPN that has a server in Georgia or anywhere in the world except Florida. And so, but if
Right.
it makes
Well,
if it makes it that much more difficult for a child to be able to get to it, and that it deters some children from um, having premature access to content that their parents would not want them. And I don't know. I would hope no parents would want their children having access under the age of 18.
you never know.
Yeah.
Crazy world. It's not something we can prevent. Uh,
Yes.
but you did send me an article, and I thought you should read it because I did want to hear about the article, but yeah, I sent it to you because obviously you were interested because you sent it to me.
Well, hey, yes,
Many.
I've sent several
I
back.
wanted to hear
Yeah.
about this one. That's why I gave it to
Yes.
you. So I
This,
brought it
this,
up.
the topic, I mean, it was like, what the heck? The topic, the title of the
Yeah.
article from ABC
Girls
News.
married off.
Yes, climate change becoming a major driver of child marriage across Asia and the Pacific. What the heck does climate change have to do with marriage, like child marriage, right? I
Only
was
way
like,
she
what
can
the?
go to another country is tell them it's too hot over there. I need to go.
Maybe. I don't
Marry
know,
this
but
guy.
I
That's what it sounds like.
don't know. I would if
Marrying off
I would.
children.
I'm not a father, but I would not want to see my niece married off to some dude to avoid a hot summer. That's a
Yeah.
little, a little, a little bit too far, but
Sounds
um,
like that's what's going on.
maybe. Um, I don't know. Should I read the in short or should I just? Okay, I'll just start in the article. Runa was 15 when she married a man she had never met. Cyclone Rimal had ripped through her camp in Bangladesh's Cox's Bazar region, killing her family's chickens and ducks, which were the source of both their food and income. Runa's mother, who had become the sole income earner after her husband died a year earlier, then lost weeks of laboring work due to the natural disaster. She could no longer financially support Runa, now 17, and her three brothers. Uh, she felt she had no choice but to arrange my marriage, Runa told the ABC. 12 million girls are tipped to become child brides this year, according to Plan International. 12, 12 million. Did I say 2 million?
Uh,
12 million. If I said 2 million, I spoke wrong. Um, Child marriage is a global problem across cultures and religions. It is often inherently linked to gender inequality, poverty, food insecurity, and social norms and practices, including family honor and dowry payments. Climate change is now believed to be a leading contributor to more frequent and younger nuptials. Whenever there is a climate change impact, we see a spike in child marriage, said Plan International's Tanushree Soni. Uh, Quote, financial stress is the trigger. The families look to lessen the burden because they don't consider girls to be a part of their own families. They consider girls to be part of their future husband's family. They have future in brackets to be, I guess, implied. Their husband's family, I guess, and their own son's family is expecting the children of their neighbors to become their family. Uh, so investing in girls, quote, or continuing on another quote, to a quote. So investing in girls is not a choice they can afford to make. Wow. While climate change is not believed to be increasing the number of tropical storms worldwide, scientists and meteorologists say a warmer atmosphere and rising sea temperatures and sea levels are increasing their intensity and the impact they have on communities. After a natural disaster in Bangladesh, child marriages can surge up to 39%, according to the International Rescue Committee. South Asia, one of the most vulnerable regions, or well, South Asia, one of the most vulnerable regions to the impacts of climate change, accounts for the most or for most of the world's child marriages. Hmm. Largest Muslim majority population in South Asia, Malaysia, um, or most populous, yeah. Um, Bangladesh has the highest rate in uh, Asia, according to Plan International, with more than 50% of girls married before they turn 18. Oh, yeah. But 18 is the number set in the United States for adulthood, and that it was set kind of arbitrarily also. I'm not trying to excuse or whitewash any of it, but I'm just pointing out that the the number 18 doesn't have any like objective significance worldwide that we should necessarily
I
expect
understand.
expect them to recognize. But, 50% are already married before they turn 18 means that, they were going much younger than 18, or possibly much younger. But, well, yeah. Yeah. So getting married meant Runa had to drop out of school to focus on being a wife and soon after a mother. Quote, I did not want to get married. I wanted to continue my education, she said. The decision made me feel very sad and helpless. But Runa is, in some ways, one of the lucky ones because a few years later, her husband's family allowed her to return to her studies. How magnanimous.
Nice.
I mean, it is it is good. It is nice. But yeah, still, that it should never have. Like, maybe give a little break, but then let her return and finish, right? It'd just take a few more years and then full-time momhood. I don't know. Um, uh, Quote, oh, okay, so she said, quote, I also want to make sure that my son receives a good education and has opportunities to achieve his dreams. Runa wanted to share her story to, quote, help prevent other girls from being married before they are ready. El Nino expected to intensify child marriage rate. Kamrul Hassan Shawan said he too often met girls who aspired to be doctors, pilots, or even entrepreneurs lose sight of those goals when they became child brides. The Climate Change and Resilience Program Manager for Plan International in Bangladesh said, with the right pathways, these girls would go on to work wonders if they were not married off. Quote, making life safe for them is not enough, he said. But Mr. Shawan worried this year's El Nino would intensify the risk of child marriage in the country. We are facing climate experiences almost every year, and El Nino will affect us dearly, he said. This year's El Nino is predicted to be among the strongest ever recorded. It is forecast to increase rainfall in Central Asia, the southern parts of South America, the US, and parts of the Horn of Africa. It could cause drought in Australia, Indonesia, parts of Asia, and Central America, and trigger hurricane formation in the central and eastern Pacific. Quote, we really need to work hand in hand, so they say implied, with Australia and other countries. Because Bangladesh is struggling, the struggle will eventually reach out to Australia and other parts of the world. I don't think that El Nino is causing a rise in child marriage in Australia. I don't think that any sort of climate change, any sort of disaster is leading to child marriage in Australia.
The-
I think that there is um,
They're
a
saying due to climate
political
control. Uh,
political. Well, they're saying disasters, but
um,
it's not the disasters themselves. It's the culture of child marriage that leads to, it's not causing child marriage. Otherwise, there would be natural disasters causing surges in child marriage everywhere. It's the child
right.
marriage was already the thing. They're just marrying off their children
In
when
different countries.
something happens and they can't support that child anymore, and it's easier to get them married somewhere else than to keep supporting them immediately after that natural disaster. You know, just get rid of the girl that was never going to be long-term part of your family anyway. And that's not something that is normal in any
That's rough.
Judeo-Christian culture. That's not, you can't blame it on climate change. It's not a climate change thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. When the water comes. Yeah.
that's how they're gonna paint it. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of climate change. That's the only reason, you know. And eventually it'll reach Australia and other parts of the world. Eventually the child marriage will break out. I
Hopefully
mean,
not.
if they continue with unmitigated migration, open borders, complete open borders, mass migration, then eventually it would. Right? Why wouldn't it?
Yeah. Eventually it would. I hear you.
Um, it's not that we shouldn't help them, but the like when the natural disasters happen, but they they shouldn't bring that, I don't know. It's a lot of this a similar demographic. South Asian is the demographic that is um, raising concerns in Great Britain, not Bangladesh as much as Pakistan, but South Asia is, they're saying South Asia. So I don't know specifically what they're, but Southeast Asia certainly is going to be,
Indonesia,
yeah, Indonesia is the
Southeast Asia.
largest Muslim majority, largest population Muslim country in the world. It's like over higher rate of than or more than even Saudi Arabia itself. It's
Mm.
interesting. So I get the geography mixed up. It was fact checked a while ago, and yes, I said Thailand about something with the Islam, and Thailand is a majority Buddhist, and I got that. Um, so I appreciate the fact check. Um, but yeah, um,
I don't know where
Indonesia.
you were at in this article.
Oh yeah, article. Um, yeah, hand in hand. We're eventually the struggle will eventually reach out to Australia and other parts of the world, Mr. Shawon said. So yeah, that logical fallacy leap that um, child bride, child marriage will reach other parts of the world. Um, New research from Plan International and the University of Technology Sydney found girls were disproportionately affected by climate change across Asia and the Pacific. I mean, I don't know if it's a lot of studies in fields like sociological, it's not particularly rigorous or repeatable. Um, and so I don't know. They can define being affected by climate change however they want in order to reach a conclusion that they want. Um, I don't know, but yeah, I'll just the full report, which is due out later this year. Oh, so they haven't even finished. Looks at how climate-related shocks and environmental stressors are shaping adolescent girls' life trajectories in Bangladesh, Nepal, and the Solomon Islands. Plan International's Miss Soni said it was necessary research as governments around the world have been slow to recognize the link, while those working on the ground could see a, quote, direct correlation. While the Australian government requires a climate and gender focus in its foreign and aid programs, Ms. Soni said responses to climate change and environmental disasters still focused more on rebuilding infrastructure and recovery efforts rather than social impacts like child marriage and violence against women. I think that the in rebuilding infrastructure it does more benefit dollar for dollar to let the society police itself. They need to reform themselves if the child marriage is a problem. Um, and if they don't think child marriage is a problem for themselves already, then no amount of uh, judgment coming from Western academia is going to do anything. Um, s- uh, I don't know. It's there's it quote, we can't shy away from the fact that there are young people, the future of their countries. Wait, we can't shy away from the fact that there are young people, the future of their countries, but also of this global community that are going to be affected by child marriage, she said. This is a call to action for governments and especially the Australian government. Don't look at it as an isolated issue that has nothing to do with climate change because all these issues are intertwined. Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade said it was committed to ending child marriage and, quote, protecting the rights of adolescent girls across the Indo Pacific region. So, why weren't they equally committed before? I don't know.
Indo is Indonesia, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Indo Pacific. So, like the
Pacific Ocean next to Indonesia.
yeah, Pacific Islanders and stuff. The Polynesian, right? Maybe am I? Maybe I might be wrong. Actually, that was a
Sounds
guess.
right.
I'm not sure.
Hmm.
We can check Google on that, or you could check Google while I continue reading this. If you're,
Gotcha.
yeah. Um, quote, Australia is supporting integrated efforts to address the drivers of child marriage, including thorough strengthening education, child protection, gender-based violence prevention, and sexual and reproductive health and rights services. A department spokesperson said, quote, under Australia's international developmental policy, gender equality and climate action are placed at the very core of Australia's aid program. Uh, Nowhere on track to end child marriage. No region is currently on track to meet the 2030 target of eliminating child marriage, according to Girls Not Brides. Ooh. Who who set the target? Who's trying to, I mean, what? Of course, no region is currently on track to meet the 2030 target. Who set, like, when was that target even set? Why would they think 2030 would be a reasonable time to have it ended? How would they end it? What is the, what, how, oh my gosh, there's nothing behind any of this except a bunch of people trying to appear good by like taking taking action, holding up a sign, making noise, saying, yeah, but what can, how would they have proposed to eliminate it? How would they propose to fundamentally change the cultures that practice it, that view it as their religious right, not even right, as their religious duty to follow their prophet, that being the highest, most perfect example of how a person should live. I mean, the practice of child marriage maps almost perfectly with the map of Muslim majority countries, by percentage, and the rate of child marriage by percentage. That you compare the two, it's like a belt right across you know, northern Africa, the Arab nations, and over Pakistan and India, and then down south into into Indonesia, Malaysia. How would Girls Not Brides have changed all of that? A quarter of the world's population, culture, to
Just getting it
recognize,
started.
yeah, to recognize that that their entire worldview has been wrong and mistaken, and that some Western organization that they will never recognize as being authoritative in any way, but they have the correct definition of how to live and what a uh, an eligible marriage partner is. Like this is there is nothing. It's nothing but virtue signaling. The whole thing.
If the
It
girl is 16 and married to him, what's the minimum age you can marry there?
it depends on where. Um,
I'm not
and
sure
it
where this is
depends.
at in Australia, you said, right?
This well, Bangladesh, but
Oh,
even then, it depends on where in a lot of these countries. Kind of like it depends on where here in America. I think there's states where it is as low as 14 with parental consent.
oh,
Um, yeah. Um, it's
yeah,
not
I'm not
frequent,
uh,
but it's legal.
possible. Okay. Yeah,
14
I'm not
over
looking for it. I don't
14
need a,
over in Germany and Netherlands too. But I'm not, yeah, I'm not looking for that. So, um,
yeah,
but um uh, in Sharia law, the um if we go by the strictest definition, there is no minimum age given in the Quran or in any of the hadiths. But if you look at the Sunnah, which is the biography of Muhammad, he married his bride Aisha at age 6 and
damn.
consummated the marriage at age 9.
Mm.
And this is a quote coming from Aisha herself in what is considered by Muslims themselves to be the most authoritative hadith. Um,
He raised her. That's what that is.
but I mean, yeah,
Mm.
he saw her. She was the daughter of one of his followers, and he saw her in one day and decided, I want that. And told his follower that he had a vision from Gabriel, or a vision, yeah, a vision, and it was revealed through Gabriel, which is the way things had worked for Muhammad. Um, he would go to this cave, and the angel Gabriel would come down and recite and reveal things to him from Allah. And so the angel Gabriel revealed to Muhammad that he was, she was to be his. Um, and his
That's
follower,
wild.
wanting to be a good and faithful, you know, follower, uh, gave his 6-year-old daughter over to his prophet. And yeah, but she was still permitted to play with dolls, um,
Right.
which is a very important point because a lot of times Muslims will try to, or the Muslim apologists who are familiar with this story will try to figure out a way to, like, no, the age was counted starting at a certain point. She wasn't really 16, or she wasn't really 6, she was, she was married at 16, and then, that would mean consummated at 19 and or something. But um, there's a problem because
Consummated is
it's
having sex with, right?
yes, yeah. Um, so there's a problem with trying to make those claims in that the uh, uh, Quran is very, well, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's the Quran itself, but in Islam, it is prohibited for a child to play with dolls past a certain age. And it was said that Aisha was playing with dolls after the marriage was consummated, which would mean she had to have still been a child when
Child.
it was consummated, you know, or their sources are not reliable.
Never know. Um,
I think their sources are reliable. I think
I
that's
believe you.
one that I think that's one that
Looking at this,
is yeah. It's so if that's the example, then in most of those countries, then the age would be 6. The minimum age would be 6 to get married. Uh, but yeah, it also depends on how permanent the marriage is going to be. There are in Iraq, there are sheikhs who practice uh, temporary pleasure marriages. So they go and temporarily marry a girl. I mean, these are girls, not women, girls. They
you
don't,
should not be able to do that anywhere in the world. But
right.
a marry at 6 is insane.
Mm, yeah,
No matter how famous you are, how many followers you have,
yeah.
why would
I
somebody even
mean,
think that?
there's no way that you can not recognize that as clearly wrong, like inappropriate. I don't think there's any culture in the world that, and I think that's why a lot of times the Muslims try to get, when um they don't like that story because it's um either they can't trust the story or they can't trust the prophet or I mean, what is the alternative? Or they're
Yeah.
yeah. So um I don't know. So when they're saying, yeah, when this group is saying she said child marriage was a quote solvable issue and many marriages could be prevented if funding and resources for child marriages were better integrated into climate change response and resilience programs. How would giving her organization more funding help? Uh, how would that do? I mean, if that isn't the root cause of the child marriage, that's why it is happening, why it's possible. So climate change may be exacerbating waves of child marriages, bumps in the overall rate. When you look at a graph of it, it might blip after a natural disaster, but how would her organization solve child marriage?
Maybe you should be able to get a flight here and meet someone important that pay for that. Yeah,
I don't know.
you
I
never
don't
know
know.
these days.
Uh,
Mm.
she says, oh, wait, all of this is happening because there's not strong enough support mechanisms in the first place. It's about making sure that we have very strong responses when disaster or a situation strikes. I'm sorry, I didn't read
Mm.
this far before sending you the link. I just saw the first few paragraphs and thought this looked interesting, but this got way further than I meant to go. I
It's
didn't,
all right.
sorry. But yeah,
I'm
anyway,
here for it.
but more importantly, to keep the work going when things are calm, to bridge those gaps, to reduce the inequalities, and to increase the resilience of households. Um, Ms. Nosh said it was also vital more women and girls with the knowledge of their communities were involved in tackling the problem. Quote, not to they are they are not there to really speak about how this issue is impacting them, and that's why the policies are not responding to their needs, she said. Building climate resilient livelihoods is, quote, so critical to addressing child marriage that, or according to Plan International, but it now runs programs about growing climate resistant crops and building floating farms in flood prone areas. Floating farms, that's an interesting idea. I like that. It is also teaching girls digital skills to help their families make more money by being able to liaise directly with supermarkets to sell their produce, for example. So they became vital to the household income and less likely to be married off. Okay, that's cool. Make them, yeah, make them critical. But I mean, as soon as the parents get a Starlink connection, they'll have better translation than their child. Uh, in Cambodia, where the organization has run climate adaptation programs combined with education, digital literacy, and women's advocacy sessions in rural villages, the child marriage rate has dropped in those areas by at least 65% over 3 years. That's that's okay. Okay, that's a how and a proof of the how working.
Yeah.
That's good.
More money could
There we
help.
go.
That's what she's
There we
saying.
go. That's yeah. All right. So anyway, quote, it works. You need to have a community-based approach to really prevent the practice, Miss Sunny said. Quote, any investment we make on girls, there is generational impact that happens. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe, like she said, I don't know if it's money. I don't know why the money, but yeah, for those programs to push the issue, I mean, to push awareness, you don't need money, uh, but it helps if you do have it.
Yeah,
And
but I mean funding those programs themselves, I think that's a good the
her company, they're
digital
trying to
literacy.
stop the marriage stuff, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Mm.
which I mean good, but how is my big thing. And what I don't know, as an engineer, the whole I like um uh first first response or whatever. I'm trying to think of the term. But my initial reaction is what, what, why, and how, and why, both the problems and the solutions. So what is the problem? Why is there a problem? Why is it a problem? Right? So that's why I went that whole sign bar derail bunny trail. I don't know.
Down the
Yeah,
yeah, the
little,
rabbit
little
hole.
rabbit trail. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I don't know. And the drop point, where was it? Yeah. So in Cambodia, dropped by at least 65% over 3 years. Is that nationwide, or is that just in those particular specific individual rural villages that they have operated within? I mean, well, I would assume it has to be just the rural villages. I don't think that they're a large enough organization to be, responsible for changing
Pushing awareness,
the entire
changing.
culture, like, yeah, over 3 years. Um, I mean, I could be wrong. I could be underestimating them, not giving them enough credit, but um, yeah, it's good that they have seen results from um, their efforts. There's a lot of times there's um, not much uh, not much behind um, or not much in the way of results after making a lot of publicity and awareness. It just kind of doesn't, awareness doesn't necessarily result in change or improvements or anything. It's just people know, are aware. And even awareness isn't necessarily like permanent. There's a lot of times where it just kind of, um, you know, comes and goes, fades away, right? Um, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, that interesting, or that sentence at the end, I think, is interesting. An investment we make on girls, there is a generational impact that happens. Um, so yeah, that's interesting, and that's true. But it's,
Got one day.
huh?
No, I was just looking at something. I got one day left. But
One day
go
left
ahead.
to
Talking to
what?
myself. Uh, I totally forgot what I was talking about.
I don't know.
Wow.
We're at four and a
But
half hours here. If you're tired, we can call it.
I'm gonna go get lunch.
I'm kind of a little
Every,
tired too. I'm
everybody
getting
out
a
there
little,
watching,
so yeah.
have a good day. Press that thumbs up button.
Sorry we didn't
Leave a
end on a
couple
happy note.
comments. Yeah,
We should find a way to end things on a, we should like
we gotta have a
have
song
a
or something.
have a pre-prepared, like, light-hearted article to end with or something before. We'll see.
Or a funny
Hopefully,
article or a fun fact.
something. Yeah, we'll try. I think I'll try to prepare something for Wednesday. Let's see us again. Or wait, no,
Wait,
today is
Saturday.
Wednesday. Saturday.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm doing. Or at
Uh
least what I'm saying. I know
See
there's
everybody
some.
out there watching again. thumbs up button, and we'll see you guys on Saturday and Friday if you're watching on Friday. I wish we had like a song we could play,
And
but
Wednesday, if you're watching
we're
next
working on
Wednesday.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.